Chapter 27-26. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he raised his head to look at the heavens and earth. The heavens and earth seemed to have become illusory, and he felt as if he had separated himself from the heavens and earth. His heart inexplicably gave birth to a feeling of transcendence, transcendental and unrestrained, leisurely observing. All the Buddhas in his mind moved, and he instantly woke up and returned to normal. His heart trembled. What a heaven's fortune insect! The heaven's fortune insect was similar to the heaven's fortune stone. However, the heaven's fortune insect could only be used once, while the heaven's fortune stone had no limit. With the help of the heavenly fortune insect, the natural formation might not necessarily be able to conceal the formless blade. Chuli took a deep look at Bao Cheng, and his face darkened. Bao Cheng's relationship with the heaven's equal faction was very deep. His wife was the daughter of an elder of the heaven's equal faction, which was different from Chu Li's status as a high official. Moreover, he had helped the heaven's equal sect kill many enemies. Thanks to his divination ability, the heaven's equal sect was invincible. The reason why they dared to be so savage was partly because of Bao Cheng. They were full of confidence. Only the equal of heaven's sect would scheme against others, and no one else would scheme against the equal of heaven's sect, unless they were against the star-seizing sect. However, the star-seizing sect had always been neutral and had never offended any of the other sections. They would never provoke the equal heaven sect. With him around, it would be difficult for equal heaven sect's enemies to escape. Fan Yi was afraid that it would be the same. No matter how strong Fan Yi was, he would not be able to withstand the siege of equal heaven sect's top experts. If Bao Cheng calculated his position and ambushed him when he was unprepared, he would definitely die. In addition to Fan Yi, Chu Li was the same. Fan Yi should have deduced that Chu Li had also killed Ho Xianji, so he would definitely take the opportunity to plot against him. His killing intent surged as he thought of striking first to gain the upper hand. Bao Cheng closed his eyes and muttered to himself. After a while, he opened his eyes again and drew a circle in the air with his finger. He gently placed the circle on his forehead and closed his eyes again. A gentle breeze suddenly sprang up, and the heaven's fortune insect smoke swirled around him, forming a small tornado. He sat in the eye of the tornado, calm and tranquil, surrounded by the heaven's fortune insect's smoke. White clouds slowly appeared in the sky and condensed in the void. The number of white clouds increased and gradually condensed together to form a bright mirror. It actually reflected the sunlight and shone on Bao Cheng's body. Bao Cheng was enveloped by the mirror light, and his body became illusory. Seeing this, Song Manin's confidence grew. She sighed and said, "What a mystic void mirror." Chu Li nodded solemnly. Song Manin asked with a smile, "Do you regret it now?" "Regret what?" Chu Li stared at Bao Cheng and asked absent-mindedly. A warning sign appeared in his heart. This Bao Cheng was likely to calculate the location of the non-phase blade. Song Manin said, "I regret not exchanging the formless blade for the divine stone." Chu Li asked, "Does sect leader Song really have the prophet stone?" "Of course." Song Manin nodded. Chu Li frowned and said, "Outsiders don't recognize this stone. If Mr. Bao says it's not, what should sect leader Song do?" "Then just smash it," Song Manin said. "Go find him another piece." Of course, she would prevent Bao Cheng from playing tricks and lying. Chu Li shook his head. "He'll still say it's fake." Song Manin humphed and said, "Does he also want the non-phase blade?" Without the heavenly blade mantra, formless blade is just an ordinary flying blade. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. He did not say anything else. He was sure that Bao Cheng would do it. It was his greedy nature. It was not enough to exchange the non-phase blade for a prophet stone. Bao Cheng would definitely extract more treasures. It did not matter if the non-phase blade was useful to him. It was enough for Song Manin. Sigh. Bao Cheng sighed and slowly opened his eyes. Song Manin hurriedly said, "Mr. Bao, did you find it?" "I'm ashamed." Bao Cheng smiled bitterly and looked at the prophet insect with pity. At that moment, the prophet insect was completely exhausted. "You didn't find it?" Song Manin frowned. Bao Cheng sighed and said, "There was a blurry shadow at first. Unfortunately, it's in a strange place. Even with the prophet insect, it's still blurry. I can't distinguish it clearly. I'll need to pay a bigger price." "Prophet stone?" Song Manine scoffed. Bao Cheng smiled and said, "Of course I need the prophet stone. I'll need to use my secret skill and use my lifespan as the price. But I might not be able to find it. Then I'll use the prophet stone," Song Manine said. As for the lost lifespan, it was the price he had to pay. The prophet stone was enough to make up for it. With the prophet stone, he could help him find rare flowers and herbs to make up for the lost lifespan. "All right." Bao Cheng nodded lightly. Song Manine turned around and left. "Wait." Bao Cheng looked at her disappearing shadow and turned to look at Chu Li. He chuckled. "Young brotherly, good move." Chu Li looked at him in confusion. Bao Cheng said, "The formless blade was hidden by young brotherly, right? There was no such coincidence in the world. How could the formless blade not be able to divine it? It must have been tampered with." Those who were proficient in divination would naturally have their own ways to avoid divination. Li Chi must have used a skill to conceal the formless blade's aura. Chu Li couldn't divine it. But with the prophet stone and the secret skill, he was confident that he could find the formless blade. By then, Li Chi's plan would be in vain. Chu Li shook his head and laughed. "Mr. Bao, you really know how to joke. Young brotherly should know." Bao Cheng said, "Once the prophet stone appears, I'll definitely be able to find it." Chu Li said, "Then I'll have to congratulate Mr. Bao. We can make a deal." Bao Cheng said. Chu Li said, "Oh, what deal?" "Share your divination skill with me, and I'll let you get the formless blade." Bao Cheng said. Chu Li laughed. Mr. Bao has a big appetite. He immediately understood Bao Cheng's plan. First, he would get his divination skill. Then he would help Song Manine to get the formless blade back from him. Then he would get the prophet stone. It could be said that he was taking advantage of both sides. Bao Cheng was full of smiles and was satisfied. He wasn't worried that Chu Li wouldn't fall into his trap. "Young brotherly, it's fine if you don't agree." Chu Li smiled and took 2 steps away from him. He held onto the railing and stood. Song Manine suddenly appeared with a black box in her hand. Chu Li smiled. "Sect leader Song, I want to see the prophet stone. What do you think?" Song Manine nodded and stepped into the pagoda. She placed the black box on the stone table. "High officially, you can also see if the prophet stone is real." Chu Li looked at Bao Cheng and smiled. "Mr. Bao, I'll take a look first." Bao Cheng said in a deep voice, "All right." Chu Li opened the box. There was a cobblestone inside. It was about the size of a baby's fist. It was bright and beautiful, but it was just a normal cobblestone. It wouldn't attract attention if it was placed by the river. However, Chu Li could faintly feel a strange aura circulating around it. He touched it carefully and sighed. "What a great prophet stone. It really lives up to its reputation," he said as he passed it to Bao Cheng. Bao Cheng took it and looked at it carefully. He nodded slowly. "It is indeed the prophet stone." Song Manine smiled. "If you can find the formless blade, I'll give this prophet stone to you." "All right," Bao Cheng said happily. "I can give it a try." As he spoke, he took out a round mirror. It was only the size of a palm. He placed it on his forehead as if it was glued to it. When the mirror was placed on his forehead, he closed his eyes. He picked up the prophet stone and started to walk in the pagoda with strange steps. Although his eyes were closed, his feet were unusually agile. A gentle breeze blew through the pagoda. The aura from the void entered the mirror on his forehead and covered the light from the mirror. Finally, the round mirror disappeared. Bao Cheng suddenly looked up at the sky and opened his eyes. Chapter 27:27. The white light seemed to have pierced through the fog in the void. A distorted image could be vaguely seen like a mirage. Chu Li frowned. He didn't expect Bao Cheng to reach this level with the help of the prophet stone and the secret skill. The blurred and distorted image was the natural formation that he used to hide the formless blade. It was blurry and distorted. Others might not be able to see anything, but he could recognize it at first glance. Not everyone had the ability to forcefully break through the formation. Fortunately, He placed a strand of karma, converted from the glazed lotus scripture on the prophet stone, to distort the heavenly design. If he didn't do that, with Bao Cheng's ability in the prophet stone, he would definitely be able to find the formless blade. His murderous intent towards Bao Cheng grew stronger, but he didn't show it. There were many divination masters in the world, but the only one who provoked him was Bao Cheng. Bao Cheng deserved to die for helping the evildoer. Bang! With a muffled sound, the distorted image in the sky disappeared without a trace. Bao Cheng spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Chu Li closed fist saluted. "Congratulations, Mr. Bao, for finding the formless blade." Song Manning was overjoyed. She closed fist saluted. "Thank you, Mr. Bao." Bao Cheng opened his eyes with difficulty. His eyes were strange. The whites of his eyes were more than his pupils. He looked scary. His gaze swept past Chu Li and landed on Song Manning, sect leader Song. "I'm ashamed that I couldn't find the formless blade." Song Manning was surprised. She looked at him and then at Chu Li. Chu Li smiled without saying anything. His one sentence was enough. If he said anything more, it would only make Song Manning suspicious. Song Manning immediately understood. The smile on her face disappeared, and she calmed down. She said indifferently, "Mr. Bao, you've worked hard. Since you couldn't find it, then forget it. Maybe I'm not fated enough with the formless blade." Chu Li remained silent and did not utter a single word. The more he acted like this, the more convinced Song Manning was that Bao Cheng had found the formless blade. The words that Chu Li had said earlier appeared in her mind. She had verified them one by one. Bao Cheng was indeed a greedy person. However, as the sect leader, she was shrewd and would naturally not show it. As if she did not hear what Chu Li said, she smiled and said, "Regardless of whether you found the formless blade or not, Mr. Bao has worked hard." "Thank you." You flatter me. You flatter me." Bao Cheng shook his head and smiled bitterly. "It's because I'm not capable enough, and I'm not fated enough with the Tianji stone." Song Manning put the Heaven Fate stone back into the box and said with a smile, "Then let's go to the star-seizing sect and try." Although they believe in neutrality, this matter is not related to personal grudges. If we take the Heaven Fate stone as a gift, they should be able to make a move. Well, Bao Cheng's expression changed slightly. He was determined to obtain the Heaven Fate stone. So how could he allow it to slip away from him? Song Manning had already closed the black box and put it into her sleeve. She raised her head and smiled sweetly. "Mr. Bao, I see that you're injured. Why don't you rest here and recuperate?" Sect Master Song. Bao Cheng hesitated for a moment and sighed. "Don't rush to find the star-gathering sect. Try again, maybe we can see it." He felt that he was so close to seeing it clearly, but there was an inexplicable obstruction blocking his view. In the next moment, if he was more careful and burned a few more years of his lifespan, he should be able to see it clearly. However, Song Manning already understood that Bao Cheng was not being honest. He was trying to raise the price. She was furious, but she smiled sweetly. "Then what do you need me to do?" "Actually, it's nothing much," Bao Cheng said helplessly. "I still need to borrow the Heaven Fate stone." Chu Li said, "Why don't I try?" Mr. Bao's injury is not light, and he needs to recuperate for a while. With the help of the Heaven Fate stone, I also have some confidence. Why don't I give it a try? "No need," Bao Cheng said coldly. Chu Li smiled. The Oracle Stone has endless uses. Not only can it aid in divination, but it can also improve the cultivation of divination. Every time it's used, it'll become stronger. I wonder if Mr. Bao knows about this? "Nonsense," Bao Cheng sneered. "Where did you hear this nonsense?" Chu Li said, "I don't know if it's true or not, so I want to try." "High Official Li, let Mr. Bao do it first," Song Manning laughed softly. "I appreciate High Official Li's intention." She felt that Bao Cheng had a guilty conscience. However, since she had already invited him over, she could not give up halfway and use Chu Li again. This was related to the principle and conduct of using people. She was the sect leader of Heaven Blade Sect and could not do whatever she wanted. Chu Li shook his head helplessly. "Let me recuperate for a day. I'll do it tomorrow," Bao Cheng said. "All right." Song Manning nodded and clapped her hands. A young lady in a green shirt came out from the forest and crossed the lake to the gazebo. "Take good care of Mr. Bao," Song Manine said. "Don't let anyone disturb him." "Yes," the young lady in a green shirt responded and bowed to let Bao Qing go. Bao Qing took a deep look at Chu Li before he turned and left. Chu Li watched him leave and sighed. Song Manine said, "High official Li, thank you." Chu Li asked, "You still don't need my help?" Song Manine smiled. "Let's see Mr. Bao tomorrow." Although she suspected Bao Cheng and hated him, she did not immediately turn to Chu Li as she was wary of him. After a while, the young lady in a green shirt said, "Sect leader, how is it? Has Mr. Bao rested?" Song Manine asked. The young lady in a green shirt hesitated for a while before she shook her head. "Sect leader, Mr. Bao left right away. He said he's going back to recuperate and will come back tomorrow." Chu Li slapped his thigh. "Oh no." Song Manine's face turned gloomy. She reacted quickly and stared at Chu Li coldly. It seemed that Bao Cheng had found the formless blade and secretly went to retrieve it. Chu Li sighed. "It seems that sect leader Song and the formless blade are not fated. In my opinion, you should let it go." "Oof," Song Manine said coldly. "I must get the formless blade." Chu Li fist saluted. "Then I'll take my leave. I won't see you out." Song Manine scoffed. Chu Li disappeared in a flash and appeared in a small valley next to a surging river. His figure flashed a few times before he appeared in the depths of the valley. He took out the formless blade that was embedded in a stone. The non-phase blade was in between existence and non-existence. He gently held it up. It was only a ball of light and shadow, indistinct and indistinct, as if it fell into the water. The water gently swayed, making its shadow sway, making it hard to see clearly. Not only its appearance, but its essence was the same. It seemed to exist, yet not exist. It seemed to exist, yet not exist. When touched, it seemed to be real, yet not real. It was hard to tell. He let out a smile and transformed the hellfire energy into the formless blade. Suddenly, the shadow on his palm disappeared without a trace. Only a trace of the hellfire energy remained in his senses. The blade had disappeared. He could not touch it even if he stretched out his hand. It was as if it had truly disappeared. He dared to retrieve the formless blade now, because the hellfire energy was finally proven. It was able to hide from Bao Cheng's deduction. It should be able to hide from the star-seizing sex senses too. He would not get into big trouble if he carried it with him. Moreover, he had no choice but to retrieve it. Bao Cheng would definitely be able to find it if he did not play any tricks the next time he used the prophecy stone. If he retrieved the formless blade, Bao Cheng would not be able to bear the consequences. Song Manine would not let him go. Chapter 27-28. The Great Mercy Temple stood majestically under the setting sun. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the Great Mercy Temple in a golden color. The sound of the Buddha's voice lingered in the air. Just as Chu Li returned to his courtyard, Ding Ding arrived with a solemn expression. Chu Li did not bother to change into his monk robe. He pressed his palms together and smiled. "Senior brother Ding Ding, do you have any news?" Ding Ding had been collecting information on those who committed heinous crimes so that he could eradicate them. He was in desperate need of merit. Monk Ding Ding sighed and said, 10 of the senior martial brothers in the temple who walk the martial world have had their martial arts crippled. Who is so bold?" Chu Li frowned. The Great Mercy Temple was already one of the top 100 sections. Logically speaking, no sect would dare to hurt the disciples of the Great Mercy Temple in such an unscrupulous manner. All the sects were in a delicate balance. If the Great Mercy Temple was to declare war, the sect would inevitably decline. Ding Ding said, "Song Jing, has she mastered the book of pacifying seas?" Chu Li frowned. If Song Jing had mastered the book of pacifying seas, he would not be her match. "Yes." Ding Ding sighed. "Another one, Ziyang. No one can stop her. Can't the honorable masters in the temple control her?" Chu Li asked in disbelief. "We can't just let her be. The honorable masters tried." Ding Ding said slowly. "She only crippled her martial arts and didn't harm her life. The honorable masters couldn't kill her." She escaped every time. There's no way to cure her. Chu Li frowned. Senior brother Ding Ding, I can't do anything. We all know that Song Jing is here from Masters Junior Hui Guang and you guys. Ding Ding sighed. The abbot wants you to deal with Song Jing. With God's limbs, you won't be killed. All right. Chu Li looked helpless. I'm not confident. Try your best. Ding Ding said. If it doesn't work, protect yourself first. Don't force it. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Of course. Ding Ding said in a deep voice. However, Song Jing only crippled the other senior brothers and didn't kill or injure them. But when it comes to you, junior brother, she definitely won't show any mercy. Chu Li smiled and took out a black iron tag from his inner pocket. It gave off a cold aura and passed it to Ding Ding. Ding Ding took it and was shocked. A death exemption tag? Chu Li nodded. This was the death exemption card that he had stuffed back into his hands. Ding Ding heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, No wonder the abbot asked you to distract Song Jing. Chu Li asked, Where is she now? Qualitative shook his head lightly. Chu Li frowned and thought for a while. Fine, I'll go look for her. He turned around and entered the house. He changed back into his monk's robe and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared on the extremely cold sea surface. Under the morning sun, the glaciers shone with a golden light, as if they were mountains of gold. The majestic atmosphere made people feel humble, and they sighed at the wonders of heaven and earth. This was a world of ice and snow, with no signs of human habitation. As soon as Chu Li appeared, the surrounding air froze, and the void froze as well. His god's limbs were frozen as well. Bang! An explosion sounded, and the air around him exploded. The metal tablet in his bosom exploded into pieces. With 2 flashes, he was able to execute his god's limbs and shouted, Song Jing, stop! His figure flashed and drifted. His voice drifted in all directions, but it was quickly cut off by the glaciers. Song Jing stood on a glacier. The glittering glaciers made her white robe look like snow. She looked like a fairy. Her face was still beautiful, and her body seemed to have merged with the sea. She was the sea, and the sea was her. It was hard to tell them apart. Under the observation of the omniscient mirror, her aura was connected to the sea, and they were one. She stood there without saying a word. She naturally had a sense of vastness. She stared at him coldly. Ding Ru, you're finally here. Chu Li sighed. Did you get what you wanted? You used the senior brothers to force me out. Are you determined to kill me? You must die. Song Jing's eyes were cold, and her tone was calm. She was firm and unquestionable. Chu Li said, You've finally mastered the book of tranquil seas? He thought about what happened just now, and his heart trembled. If it was not for the death exemption card, he would have died here. The sea was her world, and it would not be easy for her to revive. Song Jing said, It's just a small success, but it's enough to take care of the 4 of you. Chu Li smiled. That might not be the case. As long as I kill you, Monk Hui Guang and Monk Ding Ru sure won't be able to hide, Song Jing said calmly. They will go down one by one to accompany you, and you won't be lonely. Chu Li said, Kill me first, then we'll talk. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and the ground beneath his feet exploded. However, his body was fleeting, and he did not stop for a moment. The power of this attack was overbearing, but it did not hit its target. He was only touched for a moment, and his vigor was already fluctuating. Fortunately, God's limbs did not affect him, and his speed did not decrease. His heart trembled even more. The current Song Jing was even scarier. He did not even feel any energy fluctuation from the attack just now. It was as if she did not need to do anything herself, and only needed to control the sea to kill him. Boom! Boom! The surface of the ice exploded everywhere Chu Li passed through. Chu Li's god's limbs were mysterious, and his senses were sharp. He sped up at the first sign of danger and barely avoided the fatal attack. Is this the power of the book of pacifying seas? Chu Li asked as he dodged. Song Jing stood at the top of the glacier and looked down at him. She did not move, and only her white clothes fluttered in the wind like a fairy. She said, This is the book of pacifying seas. Very good, Chu Li scoffed. But no matter how powerful the calming ocean power is, it can't do anything to me. Let's see how long you can run. Song Jing said, don't you realize that you're getting slower and slower? Chu Li realized that the void around him was stagnant, and traveling through the void had become a lot more strenuous. He scoffed. This is the credit of the book of pacifying seas again? Yes, Song Jing said calmly. You can't escape. Chu Li said, I can keep running, and you won't be able to catch me. That's not necessarily true. Song Jing suddenly waved her hand. Boom! A small glacier beside them suddenly exploded, and the ice splattered everywhere, leaving only a human-shaped ice sculpture. Chu Li's expression changed. However, he could see that there was indeed a person in the ice sculpture. It was a monk sealed in ice. He had a lion's nose and a wide mouth, and was tall and burly. Even though he was sealed in ice, he still stood there with an imposing aura. Good, good. Chu Li gritted his teeth and laughed in anger. Song Jing said calmly, now, do you want his life, or do you want your own life? Chu Li looked at her and said, I can't believe that the Vice Island leader of Paradise Island would do something like this. I've learned a lot. As long as I can kill you, I'm willing to try anything, Song Jing said. Looks like you have to protect yourself. Chu Li scoffed. Miss Song, are you forcing me to kill you? Yes. Song Jing smiled faintly. She thought that Chu Li's words were ridiculous. Chu Li sighed. I really don't want to kill you, but I want to kill you, Song Jing said. If you don't stop, I'll kill him with one palm. She stretched out her right hand and gently pointed at the frozen monk. Chapter 27-29. Chu Li's figure continued to flash, showing no signs of stopping. Bang! In a muffled sound, the frozen monk was hit by the finger as if he was hit by a copper hammer and flew out. Bang! Another muffled sound was heard, and he exploded in the air. The ice shattered and shot out, revealing his burly and tall body. He was stiff like a statue and flew out 100 feet in the air. Bang! He landed heavily and sank a foot into the ice. He was almost buried in it. Puff! He opened his mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. It was particularly bright and dazzling on the crystal-clear ice. Chu Li's figure flashed, and he sneered. Song Jing, this trick of yours is useless. I won't stop even if you kill Senior Brother Dinghua. Then he will die because of you. Song Jing said coldly. Can you feel at ease? You're the one who killed him. Why me? Chu Li said lightly. I understand this kind of karma. If you stop, he won't die. Song Jing said. I will only kill Monk Hui Guang and the three of you. I won't kill the rest of the Great Mercy Temple disciples. The Great Mercy Temple disciples want to avenge us and kill you. You won't kill them? Chu Li said. This is different. Song Jing said lightly. If they come to kill me, I won't hold back. They can only blame themselves. Chu Li flashed and said, Senior Brother Ding Hua still can't escape from your evil hands. He said that he won't kill the rest of the Great Mercy Temple disciples, but he's just looking for an excuse for himself. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. You only lost your eldest brother, but you want us to pay with our lives. What a joke. Dingru, Song Jing shouted. I don't want to argue with you. With my next finger, I'll kill him directly. I mean what I say. Chu Li said, Senior Brother Ding Hua won't blame me. Song Jing sneered and stared coldly at Monk Ding Hua. She sighed and said, Let's see if he will blame you, she said as she pointed her finger. Chi. In silence, Monk Ding Hua trembled. Then he stopped moving. He had already breathed his last. Good, good. Not only did Chu Li not feel sad, but he also laughed and shook his head. This time, let's see if the honorable masters will still be determined to kill you. Did you think that the ancestors couldn't do anything to you because your martial arts were invincible? You were the one who only crippled him and didn't hurt him. Now that you've finally decided to kill him, no matter what the karma is, the Grandmasters no longer have any reason to show mercy. Almsgiver Song, congratulations on finally stepping onto the path of death. Song Jing sneered. Those old monks are nothing to worry about. Chu Li laughed and shook his head. Then let's wait and see. Goodbye. As he spoke, he turned to leave in a flash. Song Jing snorted. Stay here. Chu Li's surroundings suddenly froze, and his body became sluggish. Song Jing had been secretly activating the calm, rippling ocean divine power to influence the surrounding void, accumulating it bit by bit so that Chu Li wouldn't be able to detect it. Eventually, when Chu Li was about to leave, she would be able to activate it. The next moment, she appeared before Chu Li in a flash. Chu Li was still sluggish, unable to move, as if he was stuck in a swamp. Song Jing's palm turned transparent and blended in with the surrounding glaciers. She gently patted Chu Li's chest, intending to hit him squarely. Bang! In the end, Chu Li did not manage to avoid it. He spat out blood and flew backward. He shouted in the air, "Despicable woman! Since when have women stopped being despicable?" Song Jing sneered in disdain. She followed closely behind him and appeared before him in a flash. Her palm was like ice as it struck again. Swoosh! Chu Li suddenly swung his arm. The formless blade that had been accumulating power shot out. Song Jing did not sense any killing intent or danger earlier. She did not even have time to raise her alarm before the formless blade arrived. Freeze! Song Jing's eyes lit up as she suddenly shouted. A shadow suddenly flashed in front of her towering chest. The formless blade was forced to reveal itself, but its speed did not decrease. The calm, rippling ocean divine power could lock Chu Li's figure, but it could not lock the formless blade. Swoosh! The formless blade pierced through her chest, leaving a bloody hole. The next moment, Chu Li appeared in front of Song Jing in a flash and firmly imprinted the demon suppression seal on her chest. Song Jing shifted her body slightly at the last moment. The formless blade only pierced through the right side of her chest, but Chu Li's demon suppression seal landed squarely on her heart. She could not help but smile, but her smile soon froze. Song Jing's heart was surging like a raging wave. Huge waves surged to meet the power of the demon suppression seal and offset it layer by layer. He did not expect Song Jing's cultivation level to be so profound that this seal could not kill her. Very good. Song Jing's red lips were stained with blood. She stared at him coldly and sank. The glacier under her feet melted silently and instantly turned into seawater. She slid directly into the sea and disappeared. Chu Li could no longer sense her. She had completely merged with the sea. Sigh. Chu Li shook his head and sighed. His expression was solemn. He was afraid that he could not kill Song Jing at sea. The raging power from before was the power of the sea. Thinking about it, as long as she was at sea, she could control the power of the sea for her own use. It was endless. He knew that he could achieve this state too. He could merge with the void and the earth. However, this body was not strong enough and could not accommodate too much power. Therefore, he was restricted in many ways. If he wanted to fight Song Jing, he must first improve his body and cultivate the dragon elephant wisdom to the 12th level. He went to Monk Ding Hua's side and lifted him up. The next moment, he appeared in his temple and saw Monk Ding Ding waiting for him. How is it? Ding Ding saw him and quickly stepped forward. He frowned. Senior brother Ding Hua. He was killed by Song Jing, Chu Li said. Song Jing. Ding Ding's face darkened. He said hatefully, "How hateful." Chu Li said, "There's no hurry. Let's save senior brother Ding Hua first." As he spoke, he placed Ding Hua flat on the ground and began to chant a seal. Ding Ding hurriedly swallowed his words as he watched Chu Li recite the scriptures. At the same time, dark clouds appeared in the sky and a gentle breeze blew. Gradually, the wind became stronger and stronger until it started to blow violently. The dark clouds in the sky became thicker and denser, blocking the sunlight from the courtyard and turning it into a dark place. Chu Li recited the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture without a care. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands and pointed at the sky. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in the void. Boom! There was a sudden explosion of thunder. This ray of light fell on Monk Ding Hua's forehead. Monk Ding Hua trembled and sat up abruptly. He looked around in confusion. Chu Li smiled and pressed his palms together. Monk Ding Ding sighed. Senior brother Ding Hua, you've worked hard. Didn't I die? Monk Ding Hua frowned at Chu Li. Chu Li smiled. Senior brother Ding Hua, your Earth Matrix and reincarnation scripture is too weak. You should cultivate it well. When the time comes, you won't need anyone to save you. You'll wake up on your own. The Earth Matrix and reincarnation scripture was already the top scripture in the Great Mercy Temple. The disciples had already begun to cultivate it. However, Monk Ding Hua's cultivation was very weak. It was obvious that he did not value the Earth Matrix and reincarnation scripture too much. I'm not dead, Monk Ding Hua asked doubtfully. Chu Li said, you came back to life. Monk Ding Ding scoffed. Junior brother Ding Ru saved you. No wonder. Monk Ding Hua touched his bald head and smiled. I've wronged junior brother Ding Ru. Chapter 2730. Chu Li said helplessly, Senior brother Ding Hua, I'm really sorry. If we're threatened by Song Jing, more of our senior brothers will be in danger. She'll keep capturing senior brothers or master's uncles to threaten our Great Mercy Temple. Indeed, Monk Ding Hua nodded. Those who were able to enter the Great Mercy Temple were all extremely talented and intelligent people. However, it was inevitable that they would lose their cool when it came to matters like this. Now that they thought about it, they understood that Chu Li's decision was the right one. He would rather watch her kill him and use the Earth Matrix and reincarnation scripture to revive him than be threatened by her. Monk Ding Ding asked solemnly, Junior brother, you're not injured? Chu Li smiled bitterly. I'm all right. Blood gushed out of his mouth as he spoke. Monk Ding Ding shook his head and sighed. This woman is truly too powerful, yet the Grand Masters are unwilling to kill her. She's injured. She can rest for a few days, Chu Li said. Monk Ding Ding sighed. It's really not easy for you to injure him. They had asked Chu Li to hold Song Jing back and temporarily distract her attention so that they could find a way to deal with her. They had never thought that Chu Li would be able to hurt Song Jing. After all, the difference in their cultivation levels was too great. It would be fine as long as Song Jing did not cripple him. If it were not for God's limbs, they would not have dared to send Chu Li to his death. Chu Li nodded. I was lucky indeed. He risked his injury to attack Song Jing the moment she let her guard down. Coupled with a marvelous non-phase blade, he was able to succeed in one strike. It was almost a sneak attack. However, after this strike, it would be extremely difficult for him to injure Song Jing again. With Song Jing's cultivation and alertness, she would not give him a chance. However, this time it was enough. The non-phase blade had the power of hellfire, so it would not be easy for Song Jing to get rid of it. In order to buy him some time, he had to obtain the merit as soon as possible to improve his great wisdom dragon and elephant method. He asked directly, Senior brother Ding Ding, is there any news? Monk Ding Ding knew what he was referring to and shook his head lightly. Chu Li looked disappointed. Monk Ding Ding said, Junior martial brother, you should heal yourself as soon as possible. All right, Chu Li nodded. Monk Ding Hua and Monk Ding Ding left his small courtyard. Before Ding Hua left, he put his palms together and remembered this favor. Chu Li immediately changed his clothes and changed his face before appearing at the southern heavenly gate in a flash. Since there was no news from the Great Mercy Temple, he would go to the southern heavenly gate's Hall of Merit to search for it. There should be some news there. Just as he returned to his courtyard, he heard footsteps coming from outside. Jing Xiaojie and Mo Yufeng appeared together. The two women, one in white and one in green, were both beautiful and moving. Brotherly, did the Heaven Saber sect give you the Heaven Saber badge? Jing Xiaojie asked with a smile. Chu Li took out a small knife and handed it to them. This is it, the Heaven Saber badge. Jing Xiaojie received it and inspected it before she exclaimed, the Heaven Saber sect is willing to do us a favor with this. The Heaven Saber sect has a great reputation, and they will definitely do their best. Chu Li nodded. Jing Xiaojie handed the Heavenly Saber token to Mo Yufeng. Sect Master Song doesn't want to make things difficult for me. Chu Li shook his head. He didn't mention that Song Manyin was looking for the formless blade, which would cause complications. The formless blade was driven by the fire of karma, which could eliminate the cause and effect and isolate the mystery of heaven. That's good. Jing Xiaojie heaved a sigh of relief. Then, Brother Li, you should rest well. Let's go. As she spoke, she pulled Mo Yufeng out. Mo Yufeng quickly handed the Heaven Saber badge back to Chu Li, smiled at him, and left with Jing Xiaojie. Chu Li fumbled with the Heaven Saber badge, then disappeared in a flash and reappeared outside the Heaven Saber sect. Song Manin's voice was heard. Young Brother Li, come in. Chu Li arrived at the front hall. Song Manin, who was dressed in white, was sitting in the hall reading a book. Her gentle and beautiful face was solemn. When she saw him enter, she gently put down the book and smiled. You're here. Chu Li smiled. I have to congratulate sect leader Song for finding the formless blade. Song Manin's smile disappeared, and she scoffed. I didn't find it. Chu Li was surprised. That Mr. Bao didn't find the formless blade? No. Song Manin said coldly. I think it's in his hands. Then he? Chu Li asked. He went back. Song Manin sneered. He left in a hurry. Chu Li was surprised. If he left suddenly, did he really not find it? If not, he must be feeling guilty and try to cover it up. He's fearless and thinks that I can't do anything to him. Song Manin scoffed. He's a high official of the equal of heaven faction. Even if I don't respect him, I still have to respect him. Moreover, I'm the one who asked for his help. Chu Li sighed and slowly nodded. Sect leader, you don't have to rush. If he really got it, he'll definitely look for you again. It's just that he'll have to pay a bigger price. Song Manin shook her head. She was not worried about Bao Cheng's greed, but that the formless blade would be hidden and would never be found again. If she was the sect leader of the equal of heaven faction, she would do the same. She would rather give up on the Prophet Stone and other benefits than to let the formless blade fall into her hands. Otherwise, she would be like a tiger with wings, and she could directly suppress the equal of heaven faction. She initially had a glimmer of hope, but after seeing Bao Cheng's performance, she was in despair. She faintly felt that she had no fate with the formless blade anymore. She could not just barge into the equal of heaven faction to ask Bao Cheng for the blade. Chu Li said, Sect leader, you don't have to worry. Bao Cheng is greedy, and he may not be loyal to the equal of heaven faction. Although he's greedy, he's not stupid, Song Manin said. Chu Li smiled. No matter how smart a person is, as long as he's greedy enough, he'll do stupid things. Do you have a way? Song Manin asked. Chu Li smiled without saying a word. Song Manin looked at him deeply and scoffed. You guys who are proficient in deduction are not easy to deal with. You must have a request, right? Chu Li said, the Prophet Stone. I can't give it to you, Song Manin shook her head. Chu Li said, what if I can take the formless blade from Bao Cheng? You can take it? Song Manin was stunned. Chu Li said, Bao Cheng is smart, but he's not stupid. What if he trades with me instead of you, sect leader? Song Manin's eyes lit up. Bao Cheng was indeed a greedy person, but he also knew that once the equal of heaven faction knew that he returned the formless blade to her, he would definitely not have a good ending. Therefore, he would definitely have scruples. However, if he traded with Li Qi, it would be different. Chu Li smiled. What do you think? All right, Song Manin said in a low voice. If you can get the formless blade, I can trade the Prophet Stone with you and the flashlight sword. It's a deal. Chu Li closed fists, saluted, and smiled. Song Manin said, I'm not someone who goes back on my words. Chu Li closed fists, saluted, and smiled. Sect leader, wait for my good news. He disappeared in a flash after he finished speaking. The next moment, he appeared beside the surging river. Not far from him was a small valley. There was a natural formation there, and the formless blade was hidden in this valley. He took out the formless blade, and there was a ball of flickering light in his palm. It seemed real and illusory at the same time. He moved his mind and extracted the fire of karma from it. As the scripture of the glazed lotus became more profound, he became more familiar with the control of the fire of karma. Although he could not convert too much of it, it was only a little, but he could change it at will. It was beyond imagination. It's really here. Bao Cheng suddenly appeared in front of him with a loud laugh. Chu Li sized him up, then withdrew his hand into his sleeve and hid the formless blade. "Hand it over," Bao Cheng said in a low voice. "My guess was right. You've been playing tricks all along." Chu Li smiled. Chapter 27:31. "If you hand it over, I can spare your life," Bao Cheng said. "Although you're a high official of the Southern Sky Gate, you can't possibly stay there forever, right? I can find you anytime." Chu Li smiled. "What do you want the formless blade for? Do you really want to hand it over to sect leader Song?" "You don't have to worry about that." Bao Cheng scoffed. Chu Li smiled. "If you don't tell me, I won't hand it over. It's really with you." Bao Cheng's face darkened as he sized him up. His eyes were sharp as if he was trying to see through him. He scoffed. "Then I'll satisfy your curiosity." Chu Li asked, "What do you want in exchange for the formless blade?" "The Prophet Stone," Bao Cheng said. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. "That's more than that. The Prophet Stone is enough." Bao Cheng scoffed. "I don't care about the rest." Chu Li sighed. "The Heaven Blade sect must have some other treasures that you've been thinking about, right?" The omniscient mirror had been staring at Bao Cheng to see through him. His spirit was strong enough that it had been growing stronger. No one in the world could compare to him. Now that he was using his full strength, he could see through Bao Cheng's mind. He was surprised to see his thoughts. Bao Cheng sneered. "Hand over the formless blade." Chu Li shook his head. "I don't have it." "Then you're courting death," Bao Cheng said coldly. "I've deduced that it's with you." However, he could not sense the existence of the formless blade. He came here based on his senses, but he could not sense it here. It was really strange. He must have used the secret technique to conceal the energy movement of the formless blade. He wanted to kill Chu Li and snatch the formless blade, but he was worried that he would not be able to find the formless blade after killing Chu Li. That would be a waste of effort. Chu Li said, "It's not with me. I've hidden it. I'll catch you and torture you. Let's see if you'll give me an explanation." Bao Cheng said, "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Chu Li said, "If I can't beat you, I'll just kill myself to avoid suffering." He spoke calmly with a faint smile, but his words were unquestionable. "You." Bao Cheng was stunned. He could feel Chu Li's determination. As someone who could predict the future, he was indifferent to life and death. In a vast world, he was as insignificant as an ant. It would not be difficult to kill him. He clenched his teeth and humphed. "Tell me, how can I make you hand over the non-phase blade?" Chu Li said, "I want to learn your derivation heart technique." "Impossible," Bao Cheng shouted. Chu Li smiled. "Anyway, you're no longer a disciple of Mystical Sky City. It's not like the Mystical Sky Mirror hasn't been passed down to outsiders. Aren't you afraid that I'll give you a fake one?" Bao Cheng snorted. "You want my mental cultivation method? You're dreaming." Chu Li said, "That depends on whether you want the formless blade or whether you want the prophecy stone." He knew that Bao Cheng's desire for the prophecy stone was 100 times stronger than Song Manin's desire for the formless blade. With the prophecy stone, his Mystical Sky Mirror could be on par with the masters of Mystical Sky City. He was actually an abandoned disciple of Mystical Sky City. Because he violated the rules of Mystical Sky City, he was expelled from the city. With a fortuitous encounter, he slowly recovered his Mystical Sky Mirror cultivation level. However, he was still far from the masters of Mystical Sky City. With the prophecy stone, he could even up the gap. Chu Li continued, "If you lie to me even once, don't even think about getting the formless blade." "All right." Bao Cheng looked at him with uncertainty and said slowly, "But you have to swear that you won't tell anyone about this. You can't pass the Mystical Sky Mirror Heart technique to anyone else." "No problem. I'll swear now," Chu Li said in a deep voice. He raised his palm and swore. Bao Cheng squinted his eyes and stared at Chu Li as if he was weighing the gains and losses. However, Chu Li knew what Bao Cheng was thinking. He wanted to pass on the heart technique and get rid of him after obtaining the formless blade. With the prophecy stone, he would be able to deduce his location and there would be nowhere for him to run. "All right, I'll pass it to you," Bao Cheng scoffed, "but I want to see the formless blade first." Chu Li shook his head. "That's impossible." "Listen," Bao Cheng said coldly. "The technique can't be passed to anyone else. I'll only recite it verbally. Whether you can learn it or not depends on your own ability. After he said that, he began to recite a string of incantations. While Chuli listened carefully, he used the omniscient mirror to observe and imprinted the scene in Bao Cheng's mind. The incantations and the cultivation scene matched, so it didn't take much effort for him to comprehend it and cultivate it directly. After a while, Bao Cheng stopped reciting the incantations and sneered, "I'll only say it once. Don't blame me if you can't remember it." Chuli smiled, "It's enough." This Bao Cheng did not play any tricks. What he recited was the real mystical void mirrors incantations, but he did not mention some of the key points. Without personal guidance, even if he obtained this incantation, he would not be able to cultivate it. Bao Cheng scoffed. "Can you bring me the formless blade now?" Chuli smiled and took out a ball of light from his sleeve. There was a vague blade in it, as if it was shrouded in a strong light. It was impossible to see it clearly. Only a blurry shadow of the blade could be seen. "So you've been holding on to it all this time?" Bao Cheng said angrily with a pale face. If he knew about this, he would have killed Chu Li directly. Why would he pay such a huge price? However, it was not too late now. When he thought of this, he squinted his eyes, and a cold glint flashed in them. Chu Li said, "This is the formless blade. Sect leader song. You'll know the real one when you see it. Goodbye." As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed and was about to disappear. Bao Cheng scoffed angrily and reached out to catch it. His right hand approached Chu Li in the blink of an eye. TSS. The formless blade in Chu Li's hand shot out. Bao Cheng's body paused, and his right hand stopped in front of Chu Li's chest. He stared at him blankly and then looked down at his chest. There was a big hole in his chest. The formless blade had pierced through his heart. All of his energy receded like a tide. He wanted to channel, but realized that he could not exert any energy at all. He staggered and quickly covered his chest with one hand while his other hand tried to take out a spirit pill. The formless blade appeared in Chu Li's hand again. One of the wonders of the formless blade was that it could return on its own. TSS. The formless blade was invisible and traceless. A hole had already appeared on Bao Cheng's forehead. The formless blade had already pierced through his forehead and flew out from the back of his head. It was still invisible and traceless as it returned to his hand. Chu Li calmly watched as the light in Bao Cheng's eyes gradually dimmed. In the end, his eyes were still wide open, and he died with a grievance. He never thought that he would be killed by Chu Li, whose cultivation level was so low. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and suddenly smiled. Bao Cheng's body let out a muffled bang and began to burn. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into nothingness. Not even ashes were left. This was the power of hellfire. Chu Li sat down with his legs crossed. His face had already returned to its original appearance. Then he channeled the dragon-elephant prajna technique. He never thought that killing Bao Cheng would result in such a harvest and such a huge amount of merit. Bao Cheng had actually caused so much harm over the years. It was truly shocking. Those who had committed a great deal of evil could not be compared to him. The merit he provided was close to 10 times more, allowing him to directly reach the merit perfection realm. Chapter 2732. Boom! There was a loud noise, and it sounded like thunder in his ears. The rapidly circulating inner energy in his body suddenly disappeared, and his entire body felt warm. He was no longer bound by the path of the heart technique. His meridians were like rivers, and his dantian was like a lake. At this time, his entire body was connected as if every part of his body had become a meridian. The circulation of inner energy no longer needed to follow the path of the heart technique. It was free and unrestrained. His entire body was filled with inner energy, as if his body had disappeared and only inner energy existed. Chu Li inexplicably understood. Is this the nothingness realm? When the skin was gone, he would reach the nothingness realm. When the skin was gone, inner energy would be born. When he reached the nothingness realm, he could transform it at will. This was only the shallowest level of the nothingness realm, but it already allowed him to touch the strangeness of the world. This was a realm beyond the imagination of mortals. At the same time, Chuli opened his eyes in the outland. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed. His surroundings were silent as it was late at night. He left the bed and went to the courtyard. He paced with his hands behind his back as he bathed in the bright moonlight. The cool moonlight shone on the courtyard. Everything was quiet and the breeze was gentle. Chuli paced with his hands behind his back and was deep in thought. During this period of time, the soul lotus body had been working hard, while the original body of the sky beyond heaven had been cultivating in isolation, striving to advance to the next level and find the path to heaven. Since he could not continue cultivating the heavenly spirit scripture, he decided to choose the dragon-elephant wisdom method. Firstly, the dragon-elephant wisdom was a courageous and diligent study. As long as he had enough understanding, he could cultivate it quickly. Secondly, it was a top-notch technique that was extremely complete. Once he reached the next level, he would have a bright future. However, he could not cultivate the dragon-elephant wisdom to perfect mastery, so he could not perfect it in the lower realm. Now that he had mastered the 12th level in the first heaven, his future would be smooth. It would be easy for him to perfect it and ascend to the first heaven. The sound of fluttering clothes was heard. Sun Mingwei, dressed in white like snow, walked under the moonlight. "You're out of isolation?" She landed lightly in front of Chuli, bringing with her a faint fragrance. Under the moonlight, her beautiful face was flawless like a fairy. Chuli nodded. "I found the path to heaven. Congratulations." Sun Mingwei chuckled. "Are you leaving to meet up with Xiaoqi?" Chuli said she still needs some time before she comes out of isolated cultivation. "As for you, are you really not coming with me?" "I'm not going." Sun Mingwei snorted and said, "It's not easy to come to this first heaven. It's such a waste to rush to the next heaven before we get bored." She had worked so hard to ascend to this level, but she felt that it would be a waste of her efforts to rush up before she could familiarize herself with this level. Moreover, she didn't want to be the realm lord of Radiant Surpassing Realm for nothing. She had to leave her mark in Radiant Surpassing Realm. She wanted to unify the world and make Radiant Surpassing Realm the #1 sect in the world. When that time came, his merit would be complete, and he would naturally ascend to the heavens to meet up with Chuli. Although she loved Chuli, she did not want to become his vassal. She wanted to walk her own path, or else she would not be qualified to be with him. Chuli sighed. "Then help me with something first." "Speak," Sun Mingwei said. "Help me restore Goddess Attraction Mountain." Chuli shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I haven't restored Goddess Attraction Mountain. I'm afraid Senior Brother and Master are complaining. Now, it's finally time to restore it." Previously, with Song Wuji around, even if Goddess Attraction Mountain was restored, it would still be destroyed if Song Wuji was not killed. Now that Song Wuji was dead, his reputation was enough to suppress the heroes. Restoring Goddess Attraction Mountain would be a matter of time. No one would be able to stop him, and the safety of Goddess Attraction Mountain would be protected. No one would dare to act recklessly in the short term. As for the future, it would depend on Goddess Attraction Mountain's own ability. With the 2 golden dragons, Goddess Attraction Mountain would not have to worry about self-preservation. After experiencing the destruction of their sect, they would learn their lesson and not be fooled again. As long as they pursued stability, no one would be able to do anything to Goddess Attraction Mountain. "Aren't you going to do it yourself?" Sun Mingwei was surprised. Chuli sighed. "I'm afraid it's too late." Sun Mingwei rolled her eyes at him and scoffed. "You can't wait to go up? Isn't it the same now?" Chuli had 2 bodies, one on this side and the other on the other. To her, this was the perfect situation. He could see Xiaoqi and accompany her, and Lu Yurong at the same time. It was the best of both worlds. Chuli insisted on ascending, and this body wanted to leave. How heartless. Chuli smiled bitterly. The body of the soul lotus has a huge drawback. The more I cultivate, the more barriers there are. I need my original body. Ever since he came into contact with the nothingness realm, he had a deeper understanding of his body. He understood that the body of the soul lotus had become a restraint. He could only improve by cultivating with his original body. Otherwise, it would be futile. Sun Mingwei came to a sudden realization and felt relieved. She said impatiently. Do me a favor too. Greet the peak leader. Chuli smiled. Can't save face. After all, I'm a disciple of Tai Hao Peak. I can't just turn my back on them, Sun Mingwei said. But if I want to become the world's #1, I can't avoid going against Tai Hao Peak. I need a buffer. Chuli said, leave it to me. I'll teach you some heart techniques first. Okay. Sun Mingwei agreed without hesitation. Chuli performed the traction skill again and taught Sun Mingwei some of the mystical arts and antique studies that he had recently obtained, including the dragon elephant wisdom. With these mystical arts and her own cultivation level, Sun Mingwei was powerful enough to dominate the world. When Chuli appeared at Tai Hao Peak again in the morning, he looked at the lush surroundings and suddenly felt the vicissitudes of life. It felt like a long time had passed, but it had only been 2 months in the outland. He stood in Shaoqi's courtyard at Tai Hao Peak and looked at the clean courtyard. It was obvious that someone had been taking care of it. Wang Shoren hurried over and fist saluted. Young Chu, it's been a long time. Chuli fist saluted. How have you been, peak leader? I'm doing well. Wang Shoren smiled and shook his head. Azura realm has your own, so they don't cause trouble anymore. Heavenly demonic realm is a little unstable, but they didn't do anything to us. As for great light surpassing realm, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Mingwei. Chuli gestured for Wang Shoren to sit at the stone table. The early morning sun was particularly bright. Chuli sighed. I've tried to persuade Mingwei, but she's too obsessed. She wants great light surpassing realm to be the top sect. Why bother? Wang Shoren shook his head. Although Mingwei has your help and your own secret help, great light surpassing realm doesn't have enough resources. How can she reach the top? Chuli smiled. The more difficult it is, the more excited she gets. That girl is too willful. Wang Shoren sighed. I hope she doesn't make a fool of herself. Sun Mingwei was a disciple of Tai Hao Peak. If she really fought with Tai Hao Peak, it would be a real joke. Everyone in the world would be overjoyed. Chuli said, Peak leader, I'll be ascending soon. So soon? Wang Shoren was surprised. He felt sour in his heart. Ascending, he was afraid that it would be hopeless for him. Chuli nodded. Mingwei won't be too far away. I have a rather unique heart technique that I obtained from Song Wuji's School of Longevity in the lower realm. It can extend one's lifespan. What heart technique? Wang Shoren asked. Ageless longevity technique. Chuli sighed. It's quite strange. It can plunder the lifespan of plants for one's own use. Although it can't really make one immortal, extending one's lifespan by 180 years is not a problem. Chapter 2733. Wang Shoren remained silent. As a peak master, he was not a naive person. He immediately understood Chu Li's intention. Chu Li wanted to use this heart technique to let Tai Hao Peak avoid the limelight of great light surpassing state and not hinder Sun Mingwei. Chu Li smiled. This ageless longevity technique was later combined with other heart techniques by Song Wuji to create a new set of spirit-consuming technique. It's really powerful. Isn't this technique against the harmony of heaven? Wang Shoren asked. Chu Li nodded. Indeed, this technique is quite evil. It can also devour the lifespan of ordinary people. However, it's good to use it. Ever since I cultivated it, I've been devouring the lifespan of pine trees, especially pine seeds and needles. Their lifespan is extremely long. With this technique, some strange techniques can be performed. For example, my heaven-killing sword technique requires me to burn my lifespan every time. The amount of lifespan determines the power of the heaven-killing sword. If it wasn't for this technique, I would have been long dead. That's true. Wang Shoren pondered. Tai Hao Peak also had 2 strange techniques that burned their lifespan. They were powerful, but had a high price. Due to the high price, they could not be used as much as they wanted. They could only be used to save lives during critical moments. Even during cultivation, their lifespan would be consumed. With this technique, the strength of Tai Hao Peak disciples would increase tremendously. They would truly dominate the world, and it would be difficult for anyone to challenge them, not even the Thunderpool. Chu Li saw through his thoughts and smiled. With this merit, Your path of ascension will be much smoother, Peak Master. We'll meet again in the upper heaven in the future. As for Sheng Shuriwe, she's already found the path of ascension. She wants to make some achievements so that she can answer to the honorable masters. She won't be staying in the Outland for long. All right. Wang Shoren nodded slowly. Then I won't be able to accept it. Chu Li smiled. Thank you, Peak Master. Wang Shoren shook his head and smiled bitterly. Actually, I have no choice but to accept it. Since you've given us a way out, we can only go with the flow. What are you saying, Peak Master? Chu Li smiled and shook his head. Wang Shoren said, your current cultivation level is truly unfathomable. I don't have the ability to fight back. The world is so big, I'm afraid there's no one who can match you. Chu Li replied, my ambition doesn't lie here. I still want to ascend as soon as possible. I'll need the peak leader to take care of the newly built Goddess Attraction Mountain. Goddess Attraction Mountain. Wang Shoren nodded. It's time to rebuild it. Back then, it was Song Wuji who played tricks behind the scenes. Everyone was angry but didn't dare to say anything. Now that he's dead, there's naturally no one who doesn't know what's good for them. There is a huge difference between Ninth Heaven and First Heaven. Moreover, Goddess Attraction Mountain's location was special, so it was impossible to enter Ninth Heaven. However, with Chu Li, although Goddess Attraction Mountain was a First Heaven sect, its status was no different from Ninth Heaven. Chu Li took out a thin booklet from his inner pocket and handed it over. Wang Shoren took it and flipped through it. Written on the thin booklet was none other than the art of ageless longevity. The vigorous strokes of the brush seemed to be able to pierce through the paper and fly into the air. Chu Li concentrated his spiritual energy on the words. After flipping through the secret manual, it would save him a lot of effort to comprehend it again. It would be like a canal flowing into a canal, and success would come naturally. It would not be difficult to cultivate, which made Wang Shoren overjoyed. As the Taihao Peak Master, Wang Shoren's comprehension was amazing. He could comprehend it after flipping through it once. He silently circulated it and felt a strange power. The void seemed to have changed, and a power that he had never felt before filled the air. As he circulated the art of ageless longevity, this power entered his body in strands. It was invisible and traceless, but it was real. His body seemed to have become stronger, but it was not a physical body. It was a special feeling. He knew that this should be his lifespan. The art of ageless longevity was really magical. He smiled and nodded at Chu Li. Very good. Chu Li smiled. I heard that the art of ageless longevity is a top-notch existence in the upper heaven. Peak Master, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave first. All right. Wang Shoren fist saluted. His mind was focused on the art of ageless longevity. As he circulated it, he felt more and more mysterious. Gradually, he suddenly realized that he only had 112 years left to live. Although his cultivation level was high and he had a clear grasp of his own body, it was difficult to figure out how long he could live. After cultivating the art of ageless longevity, he had a clearer sense of his lifespan. With only 112 years left to live, it was too difficult to ascend. Shao Qi might have ascended easily, but the difficulty was beyond imagination. Moreover, there was a more important phenomenon. The older one was the harder it was to ascend. The younger one was the easier it was to ascend. The further one went, the harder it was to ascend. However, at his age, no matter how difficult it was, he had to face it head on. Otherwise, he could only be reincarnated. As for the art of ageless longevity, he had no choice but to accept it. He could not go against the great light surpassing state. Otherwise, with Chu Li around, Taihao Peak would not be able to stop him. Chu Li gave him the art of ageless longevity because of his friendship. Chu Li appeared in the great light surpassing state, thinking about his path. If he wanted to cultivate the dragon elephant wisdom technique to perfect mastery, he still needed merit. However, with his ability, it was very easy to obtain merit. It was not like the upper heaven, where he needed to risk his life. The key was to increase his level. Sun Mingwen knocked on the door and came in. Her white clothes fluttered with a faint fragrance. She approached him. "What did the peak leader say?" "No problem." Chu Li nodded. Sun Mingwe smiled sweetly. "Is he really willing to take a step back?" Chu Li said, "The art of ageless longevity has been passed on to him. He really put in a lot of effort." Sun Mingyue's eyes were watery. She leaned against him. "You're willing?" Chu Li took the opportunity to hug her. "Who asked you to go through all this trouble?" Sun Mingwe hugged him tightly. "All right, I'll go up as soon as possible." Chu Li smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Sun Mingwe said, "Without Tai Hao Peak, I really don't care about the rest. Even Heaven Shake Tower is no big deal." Chu Li said, "Go down and see Li Ming. It's quite hard for her to be alone. She's still young. It's fine for her to be a little tired," Sun Mingwe said. Chu Li shook his head. "It's a pity to be alone. You're too cruel as a master." Sun Mingwe scoffed. Back then, she faced a much worse situation than Li Ming, but she still made it through and gained a lot. If she did not have to go through such hardships, she would only be slightly stronger in martial arts. Chu Li said, "Take the opportunity to see the Elders Guild." "You're worried about the Elders Guild?" Sun Mingwe immediately understood Chu Li's intentions. Chu Li nodded with a serious expression. He had never been able to find out who was in the Elders Guild. Even if he asked Wang Shoren, it would be useless. When the Elders Guild entered, they swore not to reveal it. Sun Mingwe chuckled. "If I go down, I'll be breaking the heavenly rules. The Elders Guild will punish me. Are you trying to lure them out?" Chu Li nodded. Sun Mingwe said, "If you can't protect me when the time comes, it'll be a joke." "I'll try," Chu Li said. "Then I'll go now." Sun Mingwe said, "I'll make the arrangements and leave immediately." As soon as she finished speaking, she let go of Chu Li and glided away in a swift and decisive manner. Chu Li began to cultivate the dragon-elephant wisdom. Chapter 2734. Great Light Peak Li Ming was dressed in clothes as white as snow, with a white veil covering her face. She was quietly reading a book in the Light Palace. She seemed to be very relaxed, with one hand holding a book and the other holding a cup. From time to time, she would take a sip of the wine in the white jade cup. The aura around her grew stronger and stronger. The hall was quiet, and no one came to disturb her. Outside the Light Palace, the glaciers reflected the morning glow. Rays of light shone on the Light Palace, dyeing the inside and outside of the palace gold. She seemed to be sitting in the golden light, not in the mortal world. Li Ming suddenly sensed something and quickly turned her head to look. She saw Sun Mingwe, who was also dressed in a snow-white robe. Sun Mingwe was quietly looking at her, her eyes calm and clear. "Master!" The jade cup in Li Ming's hand swayed, and fine wine spilled out. Sun Mingwe nodded slightly. "Looks like you're having a good time here." Li Ming hurriedly put down her wine cup and went forward to curtsy. Her eyes were slightly red and sour. "Master!" She loved and respected Sun Mingwe more than enough, but not enough to get close to her. Although she wished she could throw herself into Sun Mingwe's arms, she did not dare to overstep her boundaries. Sun Mingwe waved her hand. "Don't act like a little girl. You're already the leader of a sect." Li Ming wiped her tears and said with a smile, "Master, why did you come down?" She was different from other people. Most people had never seen the Outland before, so they were skeptical and did not know if the Outland really existed. However, Chu Li had visited her a few times, so she believed in the Outland without a doubt. She also knew that Sun Mingwe was very busy over there. Unfortunately, because the method of becoming an enlightened master was different, her master could not come back personally, which made her feel rather regretful. He had never expected that his master would actually return. Sun Mingwe said, "Let's test what will happen if we violate the law of heaven." "Master, this is too dangerous." Li Ming immediately became worried. She frowned and said, "Why do you have to do this?" "I'll be fine." Sun Mingwe smiled and said, "Don't think too highly of yourself. I just came to see you in passing. The most important thing is to probe the Elders Guild. Your martial uncle is preparing to teach them a lesson." "Ma Fu," Li Ming said angrily. He then asked worriedly, "Is martial uncle going to deal with the Elders Guild?" As an Empyrean deity, He had a bone-deep reverence for heavenly rules. He dared not imagine that his master and uncle master would purposely violate the heavenly rules and go against the Elder Council. Sun Mingwe said, "Don't worry. Your uncle master is now incredible, the #1 in the world. No one can stop him. It all depends on whether the Elders Guild is sensible or not." Li Meng smiled. Chu Li asked, "How about it? Is there anyone else who is unconvinced by the Holy Church of Light?" Li Meng gently shook his head and said, "With master and martial uncle's prestige, no one dares to mess around. I am very carefree, so I'm a bit bored." "Then train hard," Sun Mingwe said. "From the looks of it, your martial uncle is preparing to open up these two worlds. When that time comes, it will be easy to go up, and it will be easy to come down as well. With your martial arts, you won't be able to do it. You will only be a burden." "Yes." Li Meng's spirit was lifted. She smiled sweetly and said, "Master, can you come down at that time?" "Yes, but don't even think about slacking off." Sun Mingwe snorted. If Li Meng could gain enough experience, she would be able to take over her position in the future. With that, she would be able to fulfill her long-cherished wish and focus on cultivation. She would be able to meet Chu Li on the first heaven as soon as possible. Yes, Li Meng was overjoyed. She instantly became 100 times more spirited and wanted nothing more than to start cultivating right now. She felt very bored being a bishop. Although she had great power and influence, no amount of power could attract her. Moreover, she was all alone. Her master and martial uncle were not by her side. There was almost no one who could talk to her normally. Everyone was either her subordinates or they were afraid of her power and did not dare to speak loudly. Now that she could see her master and martial uncle often, it could not be better. Chu Li concentrated on cultivating. His dragon-elephant prajna technique advanced by leaps and bounds. When Sun Mingwe returned to the great light surpassing realm, Chu Li's dragon-elephant prajna technique had already reached the 10th level. It was truly beyond imagination. He did not expect to cultivate so quickly. It seemed that his current body was more suitable for the dragon-elephant prajna technique than the body of the soul lotus. When he cultivated again, he had a deeper understanding of the dragon-elephant prajna technique. Finally, he understood that it was the effect of the Dipankara Sarira on his chest. The Dipankara Sarira was more helpful to the Buddhist heart technique than he had imagined. Early in the morning, the bright sunlight covered the courtyard. Sun Mingwe appeared in front of him with a smile. Chu Li stopped cultivating and smiled. "Looking at your complexion, everything is fine down there, right?" "Xiao Meng is fine. Goddess Attraction Mountain is also full of vitality. It's not as lethargic as I imagined," Sun Mingwe said. "They're all waiting to rebuild Goddess Attraction Mountain." Chu Li nodded. As the two were talking, a shout came from the void. "Sun Mingwe!" Two elders stood in the void and calmly looked down at Sun Mingwe and Chu Li. Sun Mingwe frowned at them and turned to look at Chu Li. They had really underestimated the elder society. To be able to enter the great light surpassing realm without a sound, they really had amazing abilities. The current great light surpassing realm was not the same as before. The power of the sect protection formation was stronger. "What's the matter?" Sun Mingwe said lightly. "Come down and talk." The two elders stood in the void as if they were walking on flat ground. They coldly said, "There's no need. Sun Mingwe, you violated the law of heaven. According to the law, you should be punished by the 9 heavens thunder punishment." Sun Mingwe chuckled. "The 9 heavens thunder punishment? Is it performed by the thunder pool?" "That's right." One of the elders said lightly, "The thunder pool will perform the 9 heavens thunder punishment. Enlightened masters are not allowed to descend. This is the law of heaven. Those who violate it will be punished by the 9 heavens thunder punishment. No one can escape." "All right, let them try." Sun Mingwe chuckled. The sky suddenly turned gloomy. Then dark clouds rolled in. The wind howled and the weather changed. Sun Mingwe was surprised. "The thunder pool really dares to make a move?" She looked at Chu Li and smiled. "It seems that the thunder pool is very stubborn." After Chu Li eliminated Song Wuji, she brought the 4 masters to the thunder pool to establish her authority. It took her a lot of effort to clean up the thunder pool and almost wiped it out. There were only a few masters guarding the thunder pool. It was just an empty shell. She did not expect that they would dare to attack her. Chu Li suddenly smiled. Or maybe the Elder Society is pressuring them. They have no choice but to obey. Murderous intent surged in his heart. There were really people who were not afraid of death. Rumble. Thunder rumbled. The dark clouds had already shrouded the entire great light surpassing state. The rumbling thunder seemed to be hidden behind the dark clouds. Crackle. A zigzag crack suddenly appeared in the dark clouds. Silver light poured down and enveloped Sun Mingyue. Sun Mingyue's figure seemed to be melted by the lightning and disappeared. Rumble. The sound of thunder was followed by another bolt of lightning. Chu Li squinted his eyes and took 2 steps back. Rumble. Rumble. The sound of thunder did not stop as if it was endless. Chu Li stood nearby with his hands behind his back, watching the lightning engulf Sun Mingyue. After a while, the lightning was withdrawn and the dark clouds dispersed. When the 2 sage-like elders saw Sun Mingyue's appearance, their expressions changed slightly. Sun Mingyue was no different from before. She was still dressed in snow white, her face flawless, radiant, and graceful as if she had never been attacked. If they had not been watching and knew that Sun Mingyue did not move, they would have thought that she had escaped. Chapter 2735. Sun Mingyue smiled at them and shook her head. Is this the 9-heaven lightning punishment? The 2 elders' faces darkened. They had never seen something like this. The 9-heaven lightning punishment was one of the heaviest punishments. No one could resist it. It was a god's punishment. They thought that even if Sun Mingyue could block it, she would lose half her life. But now, it seemed like she wasn't injured at all. The 9-heaven lightning punishment was a joke. Sun Mingyue asked, "Is there a heavier punishment?" One of the elders said, "Descending without permission is the 9-heaven lightning punishment. It cannot be changed, and it will not be increased." Sun Mingyue smiled. "Then what if I descend again?" "It will be 2 9-heaven lightning punishment." The elders said, "I advise territory leader Sun to reconsider and not make a mistake. I would advise the Council of Elders to reconsider." Sun Mingyue chuckled, and her face darkened. She said coldly, "Don't bring trouble to yourself. Do you really think you can hide in a corner?" "Sun Mingyue, what are you trying to do?" The elder frowned. "Not only are you breaking the rules, but you are also trying to go against the Council of Elders. Last time, we didn't pursue the matter at the lightning pool because you didn't kill us all. It seems like not only do you not know how to be grateful, but you're also making things worse. You are raising a tiger that will only invite disaster." Sun Mingyue scoffed in disdain. "What Council of Elders? It's just a bunch of old men messing around. Without the Council of Elders, the world would be in chaos." The elder frowned. "If all the Empyrean gods were like you, descending without permission, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Then why weren't you afraid of chaos when you let Azura and the others descend?" Sun Mingyue laughed coldly. "You are just selfish and don't want the people from the world to come up." "That's true." Another tall and skinny elder suddenly spoke. "The human realm beyond heaven is completely different from the world below. Plus, the spiritual energy in the human realm beyond heaven is limited. The more people there are, the thinner the spiritual energy." Sun Mingyue said, "So you want to monopolize this realm and don't want the people from the world below to come up?" "Exactly," the tall and skinny elder said calmly. "However, it is also out of benevolence. The physique of the people of the lower realm is too weak. Once they enter the sky beyond heaven, they will immediately explode and die. Of course, there is also selfishness in not wanting the people of the lower realm to come up." Chu Li glanced at the tall and thin elder. One of them played the good cop, while the other played the bad cop. They had great teamwork. Sun Mingyue said, "The power of the Elders' Council is too great. Moreover, all of you are sneaking around in the dark. It's really annoying." "Chi." Another old man sneered and said, "What big words. Could it be that Sun Mingyue wants to control the Elder Council? Since ancient times, No one has been able to control the Elders' Council. Sun Mingwe said coldly. Who wants to control you old bones? Realm Lord Sun, let me give you a piece of advice. The tall and thin elder said calmly. Although your martial arts are strong and your great light surpassing state is strong, don't challenge the authority of the Elders Guild. The authority of heaven is unpredictable. Sun Mingwe said, then I want to see the prestige of your Elder Council. I'm one of the lower realms now. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared in a flash. Chu Li narrowed his eyes and shook his head. The two old men's faces were gloomy. They glanced at Chu Li and disappeared too. The next moment, Chu Li appeared at the thunder pool. He stood in the air with his hands behind his back and looked at the towering peak. The peak seemed to pierce through the sky, faintly merging with the sky. The peak contained an astonishing power, as if it could destroy heaven and earth. His intuition was getting sharper. He could feel the power contained in the peak from afar. It seemed that Sun Mingwe did not completely destroy the foundation of the Thunder Pool when she brought Ji Ming Fei and the other three women here. The foundation was still there, and the top-notch masters were still there. It was no wonder that she dared to use the 9-heaven thunder punishment. It seemed that the Thunder Pool was controlled by the Elders Guild, and Song Wuji had a deep relationship with the Elders Guild. He frowned. Martial arts was not omnipotent. If one was the best in the world, everything could be easily achieved. This was just a pipe dream. The human heart was complicated and unpredictable. Not everyone was afraid of death, and not everything could be solved with martial arts. Take the Thunder Pool, for example. It had almost been destroyed by Sun Mingwe. Logically, it should be safe and far away from Sun Mingwe. Yet, it dared to use the 9-heaven thunder punishment on Sun Mingwe. It was courting death. Chu Li felt that something was wrong with this unusual behavior. He rushed over to take a look before Sun Mingwe did. Sure enough, this was a trap waiting for Sun Mingwe. Sun Mingwe's cultivation level was much higher than before. She could withstand the 9-heaven thunder punishment, but she could not withstand this destructive power. Chu Li's face darkened, but he did not rush in. Even if he was the best in the world, he was not immortal. He had to be careful, or else he would not be far from death. The omniscient mirror shone in all directions. Soon, he could see the entire peak clearly. The formation could not stop the omniscient mirror. Chu Li's spiritual energy was now ridiculously strong. Although the Thunder Pool's protective formation was strong, it could not stop his observation. The peak of the giant mountain was a sunken basin, and the basin was emitting a blue light like a basin filled with seawater. The blue light was deep and beautiful, moving people's hearts. Chu Li knew that this was the real Thunder Pool. Due to the terrain and the unknown power, even in natural formation, the thunder would gather here. The thunder that appeared in the lower realm was sometimes the thunder that appeared naturally between heaven and earth. Sometimes it was the thunder here. It was just that because it was in the upper realm, the lower realm could not distinguish it. The omniscient mirror observed the Thunder Pool, but it was blocked by an invisible force. He could only see a deep blue with a faint silver light. It was like a silver dragon swimming in the blue sea. Chu Li sighed. The power of the thunder was indeed the power of heaven and earth. It still resisted the observation of the omniscient mirror, even though there was not much thunder here. Last time, Ji Ming Fei and the others had already released half of it. This time, the 9-heaven thunder punishment had also released half of it. There were 9 elders at the peak. They were pale as they sat on the boulder. The boulder circled the basin in a mysterious position. The 9 elders' aura seemed to be connected to the thunder in the basin. It was hard to tell them apart. Chu Li nodded. The cultivation level of these 9 people was high. They also cultivated a special skill that allowed them to control thunder. They could attack enemies from afar from the Thunder Pool. This special skill must have a huge price to pay. Chu Li was sure that they could not use it more than a few times. He looked up at the sky. The real power that could destroy heaven and earth did not come from here. It came from a vague power in the sky. It was obscure and almost undetectable. However, it did not escape Chu Li's senses. The omniscient mirror entered the minds of the 9 people and instantly understood what they were thinking. The 9 people were prepared to die. They wanted to use a forbidden skill, Thunder God's Apocalypse, to kill Chu-Li. Even though Sun Mingwei destroyed the Thunder Pool, they hated Chu-Li the most. If Chu-Li did not kill Song Wuji, the Thunder Pool would still be prosperous. Chu-Li scoffed. He was full of murderous intent. In a flash, he appeared behind an elder. He picked him up and disappeared. Chapter 27:36. The other 8 sensed something and turned to look around. They realized that one of them was missing. "Where's Senior Huang?" a skinny elder asked. The other 7 frowned and looked around. They stood up and didn't see the elder. Chu-Li had appeared too quickly. They didn't even see him or feel him. They just felt that something was wrong and realized that their comrade was missing. This discovery sent chills down their spines. They felt that if Senior Huang didn't leave on his own, he might have been kidnapped. "It's Chu-Li," one of the elders shouted. "Chu-Li, show yourself." The other 7's faces darkened. They were actually waiting for either Chu-Li or Sun Mingwei. As long as one of them appeared, they would use the Thunder God's apocalyptic technique. No matter what, both of them were trouble. It was worth it to kill one of them. As for the lightning pool, it was destined that they wouldn't be able to defend it. They would drag one of them down with them. At least the others wouldn't dare to disrespect the lightning pool. If they could kill Chu-Li or Sun Mingwei, who else could they not? They had already used the 9 Heavens Thunder Punishment. Chu-Li or Sun Mingwei would definitely appear. However, they didn't see them. Instead, one of their own had disappeared. With one missing, the 8 of them couldn't use the Thunder God's apocalyptic technique. "Chu-Li, why are you sneaking around? Come out!" Another elder shouted. In a flash, they gathered together. They each stood in their respective positions and formed a small formation. Since they couldn't use the Thunder God's apocalyptic technique, they could only try to protect themselves and exhaust Chu-Li. Chu-Li suddenly appeared on top of a boulder. It was the spot where he had kidnapped the elder. He glanced at the 8 elders who had gathered together and scoffed. "What a thunder pool. I've underestimated you guys." "It really is you, Chu-Li." The 8 elders' hearts sank. They were originally hoping that it wasn't Chu-Li, but Sun Mingwei. Compared to Chu-Li, Sun Mingwei had a sliver of hope. But against Chu-Li, they were in despair. Chu-Li glanced at them and said, "Do you really not care about the lightning pool's life or death? Do you really want to take revenge? Even if we don't do anything, we'll still be annihilated." The chubby elder, standing in the middle, said in a low voice, "Chu-Li, will you spare us?" Chu-Li nodded. "The Thunder Pool isn't much of a threat, and I've already spared you. Yet, you're courting death. What can I do?" "Ridiculous," the chubby old man said coldly. "How many of our experts have been killed? How much have we been weakened? That's why we can't refuse the Elders' Council's request." Chu-Li frowned. "If that's the case, are you blaming me? You reap what you sow. Chu-Li, you should know this." The chubby old man sneered and said, "We're just knives in the hands of the Elders Guild. You didn't go to them, but came to us instead. Are you trying to pick on the weak? Do you want to pinch it?" Chu-Li said, "I want to look for them, but unfortunately, I can't find them. They're too mysterious." The chubby old man sneered. "The Elders Guild is just making things up. There's nothing mysterious about it." Chu-Li chuckled. "That's interesting. Why is the Elders Guild deliberately mystifying things? How do I find them? If I can really find them, then I'll spare the Thunder Pool this time. You're not a threat anyway." "Are you serious?" the chubby old man asked in a low voice. They were already prepared to die. Everything was for the Thunder Pool. But if they could survive and Chu-Li spare the Thunder Pool, that would be the best. Chu-Li said, "Why would I lie to you? But the Elders Guild is mysterious. It won't be easy to find them, right? Others can't find the Elders Guild, but we can." The chubby old man scoffed. "But you have to swear to God that if I can help you find the Elders Guild's lair, you will protect the Thunder Pool's inheritance." "All right." Chu-Li put his fingers together and swore. The chubby old man smiled and looked at the other 7 people. They all nodded and smiled in satisfaction. "Say it," Chu-Li said in a low voice. He had already seen it in the chubby old man's mind, but he wanted the others to say it themselves. They would cut ties with the Elders Guild and be completely loyal to the great light surpassing state. There at the floating peak, the chubby old man said, This peak is suspended in the void. It's nowhere to be found. The floating peak is the most mysterious place in the world. He reached into his pocket and took out a small silver sword. He passed it to Chu Li and said, "This sword was personally made by the pool leader. There's only one of this in the world. Even the Elders Guild don't have this sword. The pool leader passed it to me personally. With this sword, I can find the floating peak." This was secretly made by Song Wuji, right? Chu Li took it and smiled. "You want me to die with the Elders Guild, right? The Elders Guild is very powerful to us, but to you it's easy to deal with, right?" The chubby old man said in a low voice. Chu Li nodded. "That makes sense. In that case, you guys continue to guard the Thunder Pool. Goodbye." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. The next moment, the old man who was taken away suddenly appeared. He sat on a boulder and looked at the chubby old man and the others blankly. He was directly knocked out. He didn't know what happened and only felt a little dazed. The other 8 people saw him appear unscathed and silently. They felt an inexplicable chill in their hearts. They couldn't bring themselves to fight against him. It was like ants facing a giant elephant. No matter how hard they tried, there was still little hope. Their fighting spirit unknowingly dissipated. As soon as Chu Li took the silver sword, a towering peak appeared in his mind. This peak seemed to be right in front of him. It seemed like he could cross it with one step as long as he injected enough inner energy into the silver sword. The inner energy of the dragon elephant wisdom technique was pure and overbearing as it was injected into the silver sword. The silver sword gradually glowed and emitted a silver light. The light became brighter and brighter. Then it disappeared. Chu Li had already disappeared from the spot. He had arrived at a peak under the guidance of the silver sword. He was stepping into a lush, ancient forest. Every tree was so tall that it would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it. The feeling of vastness was overwhelming. He used the omniscient mirror to observe the peak and sighed in his heart. This floating peak was similar to the floating mountain in the lower realm. However, it was bigger and the spiritual energy was denser. If he cultivated in it, he would get twice the result with half the effort. There were a total of 123 people in the floating peak. They were all men who were hundreds of years old. Their cultivation level had reached the peak. Half of these elders were immersed in cultivation, while the other half were busy flipping through pages of plain paper. Little birds landed and flew out from time to time. The bamboo tubes on their feet were untied, and then they were fed before flying out again. The birds flew in all directions and returned from all directions to pass the news to this place. Chu Li sighed. This was the core of the Elder Society. He didn't expect it to be so powerful. It was stronger than any of the sections. Even Taihao Peak was far from it. These were only the core. There were also the elders and sect leaders of the various sections. Chu Li sighed again. He needed merit now, not to kill. That was why he spared the 9 elders from the Thunder Pool. Moreover, he had seen through the heaven's eye that they had lost their fighting spirit. If they were alive, they would affect the Thunder Pool. If they were dead, it would make the Thunder Pool more united against the enemy. Chapter 27:37. He channeled the auspicious divine power and let out a long howl. The long howl resounded through the entire levitating peak. Everyone fell into a trance when they heard it. Then the long howl continued. They continued to be in a trance and slowly fell asleep. Chu Li strolled to their courtyards and basilica. He flipped through their piles of old papers and looked at their current information. He realized that they had an astonishing number of spies. They were everywhere. They had more than one spy in every sect, including the Great Light surpassing land. He thought for a moment, then picked up a pen and wrote a few words on a table. Chu Li was here. After he finished writing, he looked at these words and revealed an inexplicable smile. This was a phrase that could not be more vulgar, but when written at this moment, there was an inexplicable sense of heroism and joy. He then let out another long howl. Everyone woke up. What's going on? I dozed off. Did someone drug me? Everyone woke up at different times. Some woke up after a while. Some woke up immediately. They were stunned by the situation around them and started talking. Some came out of their courtyards and gathered together to discuss. They all felt that something was wrong. Everyone in the basilica was livid. They stared at the words Chu Li wrote, their eyes burning with anger. Chu Li, a thin elder, stroked his beard and said, "We really underestimated him." His expression was calm. His calm and composed aura affected the surroundings. The atmosphere in the basilica became much calmer. It was no longer like a volcano that was about to erupt. "What does he mean?" an elder asked. "Is he here to demonstrate?" This time, the 9 heavens thunder punishment angered him. The thin elder said, "This is what we expected." Logically, he went to the thunder pool first. Did he destroy the thunder pool? They knew the layout of the thunder pool. This Chu Li is getting more and more unpredictable. A burly, red-faced elder said, "We have to change our methods. Let's turn suppression into appeasement. Otherwise, things will get out of hand." He still had lingering fears. This time, Chu Li had knocked everyone unconscious. He could do whatever he wanted and eliminate everyone. From then on, the Elder Society would only exist in name. They would be in a state of disunity and would not be able to achieve anything. However, Chu Li did not do so, which greatly surprised them. In his impression, Chu Li was a ruthless person. It was fine when he did not make a move, but once he did, he would go all out. It's not that easy. The scrawny elder stroked his beard and sighed. Everyone knows that Chu Li, and we have a knot in our hearts. It's the Azura who descended to the lower realm back then. This is a knot that can't be untied. He should be able to understand this matter. If he was a member of the Elders' Council, he would make the same decision. He wouldn't think that way. He would only think that we are the main culprits who caused the deaths of countless commoners in the lower realms. If that's the case, why didn't you kill him this time? "Leader, this is a good opportunity." The red-faced, burly elder said, "This Chu Li is demonstrating his power and showing his goodwill at the same time. Who knows? We might be able to work together. There's no need to fight to the death." Sigh. The thin elder stroked his beard and sighed. He shook his head and said, "This Chu Li is different from Song Wuji. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to work together. They are destined to be rivals. Then we will definitely lose." The red-faced, burly old man frowned. "If he comes again, we still won't be able to stop him." They had all fainted for no reason and were powerless to resist. If Chu Li came again, they would still be the same. This feeling of powerlessness made them angry. Ever since they became a member of the Elders' Council, they had never felt this way again. It reminded them of their younger days. It was a past that they did not want to recall. However, they were past the age where they were hot-blooded. They were more rational than impulsive. Even though they were angry, their hearts were cold. "How did Chu Li find us?" The thin elder said, "If we don't figure this out, we won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. He probably used some kind of secret skill." The red-faced, burly old man said, "Song Wuji was able to find us back then. Chu Li is stronger than Song Wuji. It's not surprising that he could find us, but..." He shook his head and sighed. "I'm not willing to give in just like that." The thin elder said, "Elder me, a wise man submits to circumstances. Everything is for the survival of the Elders' Council. Back then, we could compromise with Song Wuji. Now that we're facing Chu Li, how can we not compromise?" Sigh. The red-faced, burly old man shook his head. "This is so frustrating. It can't be helped." The thin elder said, "Everyone wants to get rid of all obstacles and restore order to the world. However, things often don't go according to plan. It's fine if Chu Li didn't find us. We can continue pressuring him to obey. Now that he's here, there's no need to hope for luck. It's just another Song Wuji. Our Elders' Council is still the Elders' Council." "I hope so." The red-faced, burly old man sighed. Chu Li stood in the dark and listened to these words. He nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the Elders' Council knew how to adapt to circumstances. Back then, they must have quarreled with Song Wuji. After suffering a loss, they compromised with Song Wuji. Was it because of Song Wuji? He found a way to let the Elders' Council know how to compromise. It saved him a lot of trouble. Chu Li appeared in the great light, surpassing state. Not long after, Sun Mingwei reappeared, followed by 2 elders in the void. Their faces were pale as they glared at Sun Mingwei. Sun Mingwe stood in the void above the courtyard. Her clothes were as white as snow, fluttering in the wind. She chuckled. "What can you do to me? Why don't you summon the ninth heaven thunder again, and see if you can strike me to death?" "Sun Mingwe, don't be so arrogant." One of the elders sneered. "You'll cry when you offend the elders' council." Chu Li said calmly, "Why don't you return to the elders' council first? It's not too late to talk after that. Forgive me for not sending you off." He waved his long sleeves. The two elders were instantly swept away by the strong wind. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the void. "Satisfying," Sun Mingwe chuckled. Looking at their helpless faces, "It's so satisfying." Chu Li smiled. "I've been to the Thunder Pool and promised to spare their lives. As for the Elders' Council, let's wait and see. Are you really going to bypass the Thunder Pool?" Sun Mingwe was surprised. Chu Li nodded. "I've already obtained the Thunder Pool inheritance. You can find a disciple to go there." "Understood." Sun Mingwe pursed her lips and smiled. She understood what Chu Li meant. This time, he was going to take over the Thunder Pool. She smiled again. "What about the Elders' Council?" Chu Li said, "With the help of the Thunder Pool, I've found the floating peak. The Elders' Council is there. I'll scare them a little. They're smart and won't act recklessly." "Aren't you going to destroy them?" Sun Mingwe smiled. She knew that Chu Li hated them very much. He wanted to destroy them all. Chu Li sighed. "I'll leave my head with them for now." Based on his temper, he really wanted to destroy them all. However, if he really did that, it would be very troublesome. He felt the merits of these people. He used his sky eye to see their past and future. He realized that these old men had a lot of merits. If he really killed them, he would lose a huge amount of merits. If that was the case, it would be difficult for him to perfect the dragon elephant wisdom. He needed merits for the last level to be perfect. If he really wanted to destroy them, he would have to wait until he perfected the dragon elephant wisdom. "I'm going into isolated cultivation. I'll leave the rest to you," Chu Li said. Chapter 2738. Chu Li's soul lotus body was cultivating in the Great Mercy Temple. After the dragon elephant wisdom technique was perfected, his cultivation speed increased again. However, after a few days, it slowed down again as if he had reached a bottleneck. He frowned. Master Hui Guang was in isolated cultivation and should not be disturbed. His two senior brothers were also in isolated cultivation and could not help him. It seemed like only Grandmaster Wentong had mastered the 12th level of the Dragon Elephant Wisdom technique in the entire Great Mercy Temple. Chu Li went to Ding Ding to meet him, but was told that Wentong was not in the temple. He was wandering around and did not know when he would return. He could not ask the Great Mercy Temple to recall Grandmaster Wentong. He could only wait and ask Ding Ding to keep an eye on him. He thought about it and changed his appearance. He transformed into Li Qi and appeared at the Heaven Blade sect. As soon as he appeared outside the Heaven Blade sect's residence, he was immediately summoned by Song Manin. A cool breeze blew gently, and the bright sunlight illuminated the serene and tranquil back garden. Song Manin, who was dressed in an emerald green gown, was bored to death as she sat in the pavilion on the lake. She supported her chin with one hand and leaned against the vermilion pillar behind her as she watched the fish swimming in the lake with a carefree expression. Chu Li arrived at the gazebo and closed fist saluted. "Greetings, sect leader." Song Manin straightened her body and smiled. "How was it?" Chu Li smiled. "I didn't disappoint you. Did you really get the formless blade?" Song Manin was surprised. Chu Li nodded. "Where did you get it?" Song Manin asked. Chu Li replied, "From Baocheng." Song Manin smiled and praised. "You're indeed a hero. Good, good." She waved her hand. "Wait." She disappeared in a flash, and when she appeared in the next moment, she was holding a small case in one hand and an ancient-looking longsword in the other. She placed them on the stone table and said with a sweet smile, "These are the flashlight sword and the Heaven's secret stone. Take a look." Chu Li said seriously, "Sect leader, before the exchange, I have a condition." "Let's hear it." Song Manin frowned, and her smile disappeared. She looked at Chu Li calmly. Chu Li said, "Sect leader, your formless blade cannot attack the disciples of the Southern Sky Gate and the Great Mercy Temple." Song Manin's face tensed up as she snorted. You're pretty loyal. Chuli smiled bitterly and said, I'm ashamed. I almost forgot about this. Now that I've remembered it, I really can't be considered loyal. Southern Heavenly Gate and Great Mercy Temple. Song Manin scoffed. You're putting me in a difficult position. Chuli smiled. Does the sect leader want to become enemies with these two sects? Life is unpredictable. Today, they are friends, and tomorrow they are enemies. Who knows? Song Manin shook her head lightly. Chuli said, That makes sense. There's one more thing. You can't attack me with a formless blade. Don't push your luck. Song Manin snorted. I haven't even agreed to the first condition. Chuli smiled. The sect leader will agree to it. All right, I promise you. Song Manin said helplessly. The formless blade won't attack the disciples of the Southern Heavenly Gate and the Great Mercy Temple, and it won't attack you either, okay? Where's the saber? Chuli reached out to open the box and picked up the Prophet Stone. Suddenly, a strange aura filled the air, and his mind cleared up. The Flying Star technique circulated on its own, and the mysterious Void Mirror technique circulated along with it. Chuli showed a satisfied expression. He took out the Prophet Stone and put it in his arms. Then, he picked up the antique long sword and gently pulled it out. With a soft hum, the long sword was unsheathed, and a cold gleam shot out. Then, it suddenly disappeared. Song Manin said, This sword has been hidden in the box for too long, so it's glowing. It won't happen in the future. Chuli returned the sword to its sheath and pulled it out again. However, the gleam of the sword was like flowing water, and it was no longer threatening. Chuli shook it lightly, and the body of the sword trembled, making a continuous buzzing sound. There was no need for Chuli to shake it anymore. It was vibrating on its own, as if the inner energy was circulating endlessly on the blade. Good sword. Chuli sighed. He channeled and gently stabbed it. The body of the sword suddenly stabbed out, and the tip of the sword seemed to pierce through the void. It's a good sword indeed, Chuli praised. Are you done? It's time to take out the formless blade, Song Manin said. Chuli returned the sword to its sheath and hung it on his waist. He gave a fist salute and smiled. Thank you, sect leader. As he spoke, he took out a jade box and handed it to Song Manin. The formless blade is here. Please take a look, sect leader. Song Manin took it and slowly opened it after taking a deep breath. Her whole body was tense, and she was also on guard. Although there were no warning signs, she dared not be careless in case she was plotted against. Chuli secretly praised her. It was better to be safe than sorry. It was not a fluke that Song Manin could become the sect leader. When the jade box was opened, a glimmering light shone in the center of the box, and a small blade appeared faintly. Good. Song Manin instantly smiled. She suppressed her desire and turned to look at Chuli. High Official Li, good move. Chuli smiled. Sect leader, you're too kind. It's a fair deal. I owe you a favor, Song Manin said. If you're in trouble in the future and the Southern Sky Gate can't accommodate you, you can come to my sect. Chuli fist saluted. Only then did Song Manin slowly reach out her hand. Her smooth, flawless, and exquisite hand gently touched the formless blade. The formless blade Manin disappeared as if it was never there, and the box was empty. Chuli looked at her hand in shock. The formless blade had disappeared from her hand. Chuli could not help but be speechless. The formless blade was indeed powerful and magical in her hand. No wonder she desired the formless blade so much. It was like adding wings to a tiger. However, there was a faint trace of hellfire on the formless blade. If he did not activate it, no one would be able to sense it. In this world, apart from him, Monk Wen Miao was probably the only one who could sense the existence of hellfire. Song Manin could not help but smile like a flower. With the formless blade, she could challenge the heroes of the world and become one of the top-notch masters. The Heaven Saber sect's brilliance would also skyrocket, and it would bring glory to its ancestors. Song Manin's mind was already flashing with the scene of her standing proudly in front of the top-notch masters, and everyone being fearful of her. She could not help but feel proud and complacent, and her smile grew wider. Chuli did not interrupt her sweet dream, and only looked at her quietly. After a while, Song Manin came back to her senses. When she saw Chuli looking at her strangely, she instantly blushed and said angrily, "You haven't left yet?" Chuli smiled. "Sect leader, are you chasing me away now? Be careful of the equal heaven gate." Song Manin scoffed. "They're mad dogs. Once you get involved, they won't stop until you die. If the southern heaven gate can't protect you, then come here." Chuli asked, "Sect leader, aren't you afraid of the equal heaven gate? They're the ones who are afraid of us." Song Manin said. Chuli nodded. "Thank you, sect leader. All right, do you know if we can descend to the mortal realm?" "Descend to the mortal realm?" Song Manin was startled, and she frowned. "You want to go to the mortal realm?" Chuli said, "I'm just curious." Song Manin shook her head. "It's best not to go to the mortal realm. It's almost certain death. Think about it. We have a lifespan of 10,000 years, but the mortal realm only has 1,000 years. If we go to the mortal realm, we might just die." Chuli asked, "Can't we be spared?" "We can't," Song Manin said. "In short, no one will court death if they go there, unless they have a secret technique to summon their soul down. However, once they go there, their soul will be damaged, their lifespan will be damaged, and their vitality will be greatly damaged. If their body goes there, they will definitely die." Chuli was confused. Chapter 2739. Song Manin said, "You won't be able to come back if you go down there." Chuli asked, "Why can't I come back?" "That's the rule of heaven and earth." Song Manin said, "To come back, you'll need to ascend. Even if you go down from this world, you'll be assimilated into the people of the next world and need to ascend to return. More importantly, once you go down, you'll lose all your martial arts. Think about it. The spiritual energy in the next world is so poor, and the lifespan of the people there is so short. If you cultivate in this world, you might not be able to perfect a martial art even after 10,000 years, let alone the next world. It's suicide." Chuli pondered. "If you perfect a martial art and go to the next world, you'll be able to come back up easily, right?" "Of course." Song Manin nodded. "If you can perfect a martial art, you'll definitely be able to return to the next world. However, you'll have to be younger than 1,000 years, or you'll die if you go down there. It's not easy to perfect a martial art within 1,000 years. You should know that the martial arts that can ascend to this world are not ordinary martial arts. Other than the top antique studies of the 100 sects, the other martial arts are useless." Chuli frowned. "I need the top antique martial arts." "Of course. Any random martial art can allow one to ascend. Isn't that too easy?" Song Manin scoffed. "These top antique martial arts can't be perfected in 1,000 years. Forget 1,000 years. You'll be a genius if you can perfect it in 10,000 years." Chuli smiled. "What about you, sect leader? Is there anyone in the Heaven Blade sect who has perfected their martial arts?" Song Manin shook her head. "No." Chuli raised his eyebrows. Song Manin scoffed. "What's the use of mastering ordinary martial arts? Moreover, the top antique martial arts can't be perfected in 1,000 years. It'll require thousands or even 10,000 years of hard work." Chuli said, "I heard that it's easy to perfect the martial arts of the Great Mercy Temple." Those are ignorant words. It's even harder to perfect the martial arts of the Great Mercy Temple." Song Manin said, "You'll need to have a higher level of comprehension. Buddhist teachings need to be profound. Buddhist teachings are the most idealistic. Some people can achieve enlightenment overnight, while others can't even after cultivating for 10,000 years." Chuli said, "But it can still be perfected. Are you talking about Master Wentong?" Song Manin shook her head and said, "It's said that he was a person with innate wisdom. In his past life, he was an eminent monk with great virtue. That's why he was born with knowledge of the Dharma. He was able to comprehend it the moment he learned it. That's why the martial arts of the Great Mercy Temple are like this. If you have a profound understanding of the Dharma, you'll be able to master it the moment you practice it. If you don't have a profound understanding of the Dharma, It's useless no matter how you practice it. It's even more infuriating than the martial arts of other sects. Chu was surprised. He really did not know about this. This honorable master Wentong was elusive and only left behind legends. He was not in the temple and had never been seen before. As for innate wisdom, he didn't deny it. If he could reincarnate, it didn't mean others couldn't. Do you really want to go down there? Song Manning looked at Chu Li in surprise. Of course, she was not stupid. She knew that Chu Li wanted to descend to the lower realm. So she shook her head and said, I advise you not to do anything rash. Descending to the lower realm is a dead end. Throughout the ages, for millions of years, it seems like only a handful of people have managed to return to the lower realm. Chu Li frowned and said, logically speaking, it shouldn't be that difficult, right? He didn't think that cultivating the dragon-elephant wisdom was too difficult. Although he obtained all kinds of fortuitous encounters, such as robbing Meng Yu's fortuitous encounter, obtaining the Dipankara Sarara, the original Buddhist teachings, and the cultivation of the wisdom origin scripture, he was able to achieve what he had today. He suddenly thought about it, and suddenly shook his head and laughed. In fact, it was already extremely difficult. It was already amazing for ordinary people to obtain one of the fortuitous encounters. It was rare for him to obtain so many fortuitous encounters. Song Manning said, It's a dead end if you go down there. Why are you so stubborn? Are you afraid of the heavens' equal factions' revenge? Don't worry. No matter what, you're working for me. I want you to stand by and watch. You can stay here for a while. Chu Li laughed and said, Sect leader, I have the divination technique. I'm confident that I can escape. That's not necessarily true. Song Manning shook her head. Sects like the Heaven's Equal Faction, the Heaven's Blade Sect, and the Great Mercy Temple all have treasures that can conceal the mysteries of heaven. It's not difficult for them to kill you. Chu Li said, Then how can I go down there? Do you really want to go down there and die? Song Manning frowned and said in confusion, Is there a need for that? Even if you don't need my help, the Heaven's Equal Faction can't do anything to you if you hide in the Southern Heaven's Gate. Chu Li smiled. I really want to go down there. All right, you can try. Song Manning scoffed. You guys who are good at divination always have a plan. Chu Li looked at her quietly. Song Manning said, There's a divine gate at the Nine Spirits Mountain. You can go down there. Chu Li sighed in relief. He was most worried that he would have no way to go. All this while his soul had been going up and down, and his body had never left this realm. However, he felt that there should be a way down there, just like the Outland and the lower realm. Do you know about the Nine Spirits Mountain? Song Manning tilted her head and looked at him. Chu Li shook his head. Song Manning said, It's a secret. I didn't know about it before I became the sect leader. It's a way out for us. If there's no way out, we can try to escape to the lower realm and leave behind child. Maybe one day, the child can ascend and revive the sect. Chu Li slowly nodded. How about this? I'll bring you there. Song Manning said, If not, you won't be able to find it at all. It's useless even if you're good at divination. Thank you, sect leader. Chu Li gave a fist salute and smiled. Song Manning waved her hand to indicate that there was no need. Gather? Dianeing? Peach? Dumpling material? The next moment, they appeared on top of a vast mountain. The mountain was like a sword that was stabbed into the ground and pierced into the sky. The mountain was steep, straight up and down. It was impossible to climb up without martial arts. The huge mountain was only 100 meters wide. A few rocks were weathered to the point that they lost their edges. Amidst the howling wind, the two stood quietly at the top of the mountain. Chu Li's omniscient mirror had already observed the surroundings. The cliff below was pitch black and unfathomable. The omniscient mirror could not see through it. The Nine Spirits realm is below here. Song Manning pointed at the abyss below. If you want to go to the lower realm, jump down. Chu Li said, Really? I don't know. Song Manning shook her head. No one has tried. Even if they did, they couldn't come up, so I can't say for sure. However, since it's passed down by our founder, it can't be fake. Chu Li smiled bitterly. He could feel a chill in his heart. There was a fatal danger down there. It was as if a giant beast's mouth was opened, waiting for him to jump down. How do you feel? Song Manning tilted her head and looked at him. You guys are good at divination. You're very sensitive to bad luck. Is it dangerous down there? Chuli nodded. It's certain death. That might be right. Song Manine smiled. Going to the lower realm means certain death. Chuli said, nobody try to find out the truth. There's no news after jumping down. Song Manine said, some people are brave and curious, but they're all gone. Once they jump down, no matter how good their light body technique or martial arts are, they can't regret it. They can't come back. Chuli took out the Prophet Stone and activated the Flying Star technique in his mind. At the same time, he activated the Heaven's Eye. Chapter 2740. Song Manine smiled faintly. How is it? Chuli sighed and kept the Prophecy Stone. He shook his head. It's too dangerous. At least you're not stupid. Song Manine scoffed. There's really no way to jump down. If there's a glimmer of hope, don't jump into Nine Spirit Valley. I've never heard of anyone coming back. Chuli nodded. Let's go. Song Manine said. She pulled Chuli and they disappeared from Nine Spirit Mountain. They returned to her backyard. A cool breeze blew gently as the two of them stood in the pavilion on the lake. He did not expect to find the path to the lower realm so easily. Although Nine Spirit Mountain was not the divine gate, at least he had some idea. He could go to the Great Mercy Temple to verify it. Sect leader, I'll leave now. Chuli closed fist saluted. Song Manine said, be careful of the Equal Heaven Gate. They're a bunch of lunatics. Chuli raised his eyebrows. Song Manine said, don't think they won't touch you without evidence. They'll take revenge if they suspect you. It's best to stay at the Southern Heaven Gate or here. Chuli smiled and nodded. Understood. Song Manine waved her hand. Chuli hesitated. Sect leader, do you know anything about the passing light sword? You're greedy. Song Manine was shocked. Do you really want the passing light sword? Chuli nodded. Song Manine shook her head. The passing light sword is an ominous sword. Whoever gets it will die. It's better not to be greedy or you might lose your life. Chuli said, Sect leader, do you really know anything about the passing light sword? No. Song Manine scoffed. Chuli smiled. The passing light sword is extremely powerful. It's probably not in the hands of any sect. It should be sealed somewhere. Yes. Song Manine said, but no one knows where it is. It might have sunk into the sea. Chuli raised his eyebrows. Sect leader, are you saying it's in the hands of sect on the sea? I didn't say that. Song Manine rolled her eyes. Chuli looked like he was deep in thought. Song Manine scoffed. Go. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Chuli smiled and gave a fist salute before disappearing in a flash. He had already gotten a hint from Song Manine's words. It seemed that the passing light divine sword had truly fallen into the sea. It was very likely to be on some island, or it might have been obtained by some sect on the sea, and they were concentrating on cultivating it in order to master it. He shook his head and cleared his mind. He decided to merge the Heaven Fate Stone with the Mystic Void Mirror and the Flying Star incantation. It would be beneficial to the advancement of his divine eye. He flashed back to the Southern Heavenly Gate, returned to his courtyard, and went into seclusion. The Heaven Fate Stone was mysterious, and the Mystic Void Mirror and the Flying Star incantation were indeed not on the same path. However, when they studied each other, it was beneficial for him to comprehend the quintessence. The Mystic Void Mirror and the Flying Star incantation both improved by leaps and bounds, and with the help of the Heaven Fate Stone, his clairvoyance also improved greatly. Early in the morning, 3 men appeared outside the Southern Heaven Gate. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man with a thin figure and handsome facial features. He had an amiable smile on his face, and 2 tall and sturdy old men followed behind him. Their faces were full of muscles, as if they were fiends, and they were terrifying. They came to the bottom of an Xian road and shouted, Heaven's equal sex, Su Shangshan greets Sect Master Su. His voice drifted into the ears of everyone in the heart-questioning palace. The real Southern Heavenly Gate was protected by a formation, so his voice could not enter. However, Chuli saw them and opened his eyes with a frown. He was sitting on the bed in the house, quietly comprehending the Flying Star incantation and the Mystic Void Mirror. Elder Su has arrived. Please come up and meet us. Su Chang's voice was heard. Coincidentally, Su Chang was talking to Hall Master Sima Xing in Wen Exine Hall. He walked out of Wen Exine Hall, and Sima Xing followed him out. He frowned and asked, "Why is he here?" Su Chang shook his head. Sima Xing said, "This fellow is very difficult to deal with. Nothing good will come of him." "That might not be the case," Su Chang said. "Who knows, it might be a good thing." Sima Xing shook his head. Su Xiangshan and the other two slowly walked up Wen Exine Road. They walked up step by step and finally arrived in front of Wen Exine Hall. Su Chang and Sima Xing stood on the steps, fists saluting and smiling. Su Chang said, "Elder Su is a rare guest. Why do you have the time to visit our southern heavenly gate? Come in and have a cup of tea." "Thank you for your hospitality," Su Xiangshan said with a smile. He brought the two elders up the steps and entered the hall. He looked around Wen Exine Hall and sighed. "The last time I came here was already 100 years ago, and this place hasn't changed." "It has been 100 years, Sima Xing said. At that time, Elder Su's cultivation wasn't as high, and his reputation wasn't as great. Su Xiangshan was now one of the top experts of Equal Heaven Gate. He suddenly rose up in the past 100 years and soared into the sky, making people speechless. It was obvious that he had some fortuitous encounter. When he came 100 years ago, he was just a rising star. Now, he was already a famous elder. Su Xiangshan sighed and said, "Things remain the same, but people have changed. Clan Master is busy, and I'm not here either." "Gather? Puppet? Umbrella?" Su Chang stretched out his hand and sat on the main seat, gesturing for them to sit down and talk. A young man in a green shirt came up to serve tea and left. After the young man left, Su Xiangshan didn't open the teacup, but only placed it on the tea table beside him. He sighed and said, "We're here to ask for help." "Oh!" Su Chang was startled and smiled. "What do you mean?" Su Xiangshan said, "I'm ashamed to say this. There's a traitor in our gate, and we're currently hunting him down. However, this fellow is unusually cunning and skilled in concealment. We can't believe we lost him. It's a family scandal. It's inevitable." Su Chang shook his head. "It's not a scandal. Our gate originally had a high official who's skilled in divination. However, he's been severely injured recently and can't do anything. There's nothing we can do, even if we're anxious. As a matter of fact, I heard that your gate has recently gotten a new high official who's also skilled in divination." Su Xiangshan smiled. "I'm here under the clan master's orders to borrow someone. If high official can help us hunt down this traitor, we'll reward you handsomely." "This," Su Chang pondered and said, "high official Li isn't in the gate either. He's cultivating somewhere else. How about this? I'll pass this news to him and discuss it with him to see if he can spare the time." Su Xiangshan said, "This matter is extremely urgent and cannot be delayed. I'll wait here for the clan master's news." "So urgent?" Su Chang smiled. "It's just a traitor. We'll just kill him once we find him." Su Xiangshan shook his head. "A long night is fraught with trouble. If he really goes all out, who knows how much trouble he'll cause." "That's true." Su Chang nodded. "All right, I'll go ask High Official Li." He fist saluted and left in a flash. The next moment, he appeared outside Chu Li's courtyard. "Clan Master, please come in." Chu Li's voice was heard. Su Chang pushed the door open and entered. Chu Li had already left the house and arrived at the courtyard. "High Official Li, the Equal of Heaven Gate has come to ask for your help in tracking down a traitor. What do you think?" Su Chang said. "The Equal of Heaven Gate is crazy, but they're also generous. They'll be able to reap many benefits." Chu Li shook his head. "Clan Master, I need to focus on cultivation now. I'm afraid I can't split myself." Su Chang hesitated. The Equal of Heaven Gate was not that easy to reject. Even if it was the Southern Heaven Gate, one should not be fooled by Su Xiangshan's smiling face. If he really rejected, it would mean that he was not giving the Equal of Heaven Gate any face. Chapter 2741. Chu Li asked, "Faction leader, can't Heaven's Gate refuse?" "It's not that they can't." Su Chang shook his head. It's just that they're all petty. They'll remember the rejection, and they'll get it back in the future. Chuli asked how. Su Chang shook his head. They'll get it back 10 times or even 100 times. Not only will they reject you, but they'll also play tricks on you. You have to be careful. Chuli said, all the more reason I can't agree. Su Chang smiled, but there's no need to worry. They're very generous to their friends, and they'll return the favor 10 times or even 100 times. Then they're the best partner, but the worst enemy? Chuli asked, is Heaven's Gate popular? They're crazy and don't care about the consequences, but it's not like they have many allies. We can't underestimate them. Su Chang nodded. If everyone despised them, they would have been defeated long ago. Chuli frowned. Then I have to help? Su Chang said. A small favor will bring you great benefits. It's a good job. Li Qi, I see that you're afraid of Heaven's Gate. That's not necessary. You're a high official of Southern Heaven's Gate now. You should be more confident. Chuli showed a helpless expression. Only Song Mani knew that he killed Bao Cheng. As it involved the formless blade, he could not tell the people of Southern Heaven's Gate, or else he would be in trouble. It was hard to say if Heaven's Gate knew, but he would not underestimate Heaven's Gate's vigilance. They probably knew and used him to lure him out. Then they would find an excuse to kill him as an accident. High official Li, are you hiding something from me? Su Chang smiled. He could see that Chuli was not right. Helping Heaven's Gate would bring him great benefits, but he tried to evade it as if he had a grudge against Heaven's Gate. He could not help but smile. Don't worry, Ho Xianji's incident is over. Heaven's Gate will not pursue it anymore. Chuli shook his head and sighed. Faction leader, there's actually something I didn't say. What is it? Su Chang asked. Chuli said, Heaven's Gate's Bao Cheng, who was good at divination. Bao Cheng was killed by me. Bao Cheng? Su Chang immediately remembered who Bao Cheng was, and his expression changed. You really killed him? He wanted to kill me, so I had no choice but to kill him. Chuli shook his head and sighed. We're both proficient in divination, but he saw me as a thorn in his side. Moreover, he wanted to avenge Ho Xianji, so he had no choice but to kill him. Faction leader, have I implicated the faction? Huh? Su Chang laughed loudly. Chuli was startled. He did not expect him to have such a reaction. Su Chang laughed and said, You really killed Bao Cheng? Chuli nodded in confusion. Su Chang patted him hard on the shoulder, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Good. Well done. Chuli asked, Faction leader, aren't you afraid of fighting with the Heaven's equal faction? Let's fight. Who's afraid of who? Su Chang laughed loudly twice and tried his best to suppress his smile as he said, But you killed that Bao Cheng. It could be considered to have broken one of their wings. This matter was done beautifully. I will set up a mission in the Hall of Merit to reward you with more merit points. Is there anything else you want? Chuli shook his head and smiled. I thought that the faction leader would blame me. After all, I got myself into big trouble. However, they probably won't be able to conclude that I'm the killer. I've made some arrangements to confuse the heavens. It's just a suspicion. I can't thank you enough. Su Chang scoffed. I've always wanted to kill this Bao Cheng. Unfortunately, he's well-versed in divination, avoiding calamity and seeking fortune. There's no way to plot against him. But this is also like the equal of Heaven faction style of doing things. As long as they have suspicions, they won't care whether it's true or not. They would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Chuli asked, Then how should I deal with this? Su Chang scoffed. Hide in the door and don't go out. Let's see what they can do. Chuli fist saluted. I'm afraid that I'll become enemies with the equal of Heaven faction. If we really fight, I'll be guilty. If the equal of Heaven faction really wants to fight, then fight. Others might be afraid of the equal of Heaven faction, but we aren't. Su Chang said, Even if we fight, you're just an excuse. Don't think too much about it. Yes. Chuli slowly nodded. Su Chang patted his shoulder. Stay in the door and don't go out. Understood. Chuli smiled. Su Chang turned and left. He flashed back to the conscience hall. Su Xiangshan looked at him with a smile and a firm expression. Faction leader Su, how is it? Su Chang shook his head. Unfortunately, he's also in isolated cultivation. Moreover, He went astray during his cultivation and was heavily injured. Such a coincidence. Su Xiangshan smiled. He's injured as soon as we arrived? Yes, it's a coincidence indeed. Su Chong sighed. He's been in isolated cultivation for a while now. Since he's a high official, we didn't disturb him. I didn't expect him to have an accident during his cultivation, and he's been healing himself. He might be injured because he went astray, but he could also be injured because he fought with someone, right? Su Xiangshan smiled meaningfully. Su Chong frowned. What do you mean? Su Xiangshan still had a meaningful smile on his face. Did Hai officially fight with someone else? How is fighting and going astray the same? I'm not senile. I can't tell this apart. Su Chong said in a low voice. Then can I pay Hai officially a visit? Su Xiangshan asked. Su Chong said. He went astray and is healing himself. We can't disturb him. Could it be that Hai officially is feeling guilty? Su Xiangshan said lightly. What's there to feel guilty about? Su Chong frowned. Elder Su, you've been speaking in a strange tone. What happened? Hai officially can't help when he's injured, but must he help while being injured? Your equal heaven sect is so shameless. His face darkened, and he said coldly, Elder Su, you're not asking for help. You're forcing him. Sect leader Su, you're exaggerating. Su Xiangshan smiled. We didn't mean that. We're just curious if Hai officially is injured or just making excuses. So what if he's making excuses? Su Chong sneered. High official Li is a high official of our Southern Heaven Gate, not a high official of your equal heaven sect. Even if it's your equal heaven sect, do you think you can order a high official to come and go as you wish? Isn't it voluntary? That's true. Su Xiangshan sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile. I'm too impatient. We can't be at peace as long as that traitor isn't eliminated. Of course I understand. Su Chong's tone softened. He said lightly, but High Official Li really can't help. There's no other way. If you can't do it, you could go to the Star-Seizing Sect. Why would the Star-Seizing Sect intervene in this matter? Su Xiangshan shook his head. Su Chong said, then wait for High Official Bao to make a move. Sigh. Su Xiangshan smiled bitterly and cupped his fists. Then I'll take my leave. Forgive me for not seeing you off. Su Chong cupped his fists. Su Xiangshan and the other two fluttered down when Xian rode. After a while, a ferocious-looking old man behind them said in a deep voice, Elder Su, it seems that the murderer is Li Qi. Yes. Su Xiangshan's smile remained unchanged. He said lightly, so guilty. It's definitely him. Think of a way to eliminate him. Chapter 2742. Su Xiangshan sneered. Do you think he can protect you just because he wants to? What a joke. Elder Su, what do you have in mind? It's a piece of cake. Su Xiangshan said, find someone to kill 2 Southern Sky Gate disciples to lure Li Qi out and kill him in one fell swoop. This. The 2 fierce-looking elders hesitated. The tall elder on the left said carefully, isn't this a little too rushed? It's best to take it slow. He was worried that if Southern Sky Gate found out, they would not let it go and would definitely seek revenge. If the 2 sects fought each other, it would be easy for them to not be able to suppress their anger and lead to a war between the 2 sections. That would be troublesome. Even though Heaven's Gate seemed crazy, as if they were willing to fight any sect, that was not the case. They were steady, accurate, and ruthless. They first calculated the opponent's strength, then looked for allies to cooperate with them. Only after they were ready would they act crazily, giving the impression that they were desperate. Su Xiangshan turned to look at him and said coldly, taking it slow? Can we save Bao Cheng? I didn't expect Bao Cheng to die. The other elder was slightly shorter and shook his head. He was an expert in divination. He was the best at avoiding danger, but he died so mysteriously. He had a warning. Su Xiangshan scoffed, or else he wouldn't have told others that Li Qi was a scourge and wanted to get rid of him. In the end, he failed miserably. The short elder shook his head. He probably didn't expect to die in Li Qi's hands. Li Qi's cultivation level shouldn't be weak. It was just an accident. That's even scarier. Su Xiangshan sneered. He's so cunning even if his cultivation level isn't high. After staying in Southern Sky Gate for a long time, his cultivation level will naturally increase. Southern Sky Gate will do whatever it takes to increase his cultivation level. And then there will be another Bao Chung. Don't forget how important Bao Chung is to Heaven's Gate. Yes, we need to get rid of him as soon as possible. The other two elders nodded slowly. Su Chong came to Chu Li's courtyard again and smiled at Chu Li, who was pacing around with his hands behind his back. I've sent him away. He said you were injured during isolated cultivation and can't come out. Chu Li frowned and said, Faction leader, they'll suspect me even more this way. They'll definitely be eager to deal with me. Su Chong said, you stay in the sect. I don't believe they can send someone to assassinate you. Of course, they can't come in and assassinate me, but they can lure me out. Chu Li frowned and said, I'm afraid that they will target the Southern Sky Gate disciples and kill them. Would they dare to do that? Su Chong said solemnly. The Southern Heavenly Gate was no pushover. If they really dared to kill the disciples of the Southern Sky Gate, the Southern Sky Gate would not be merciful. They would definitely kill the disciples of the Equal Heaven Gate. There was no doubt about this. As the gate leader of the Southern Sky Gate, he had no other choice. Chu Li said, faction leaders should know. It's hard to say. Su Chong thought for a while and finally shook his head. Although the Equal Heaven sect's craziness only applied to ordinary sects, they still had to think thrice before acting against the top sections. However, once their style of doing things was tainted, they would unknowingly be influenced after a long time. The temper of the disciples of the Equal Heaven sect was getting worse, as evidenced by the fact that they were looking down on the world. It was as if no one dared to provoke the Equal Heaven sect, including the Southern Sky Gate. They felt that the Southern Sky Gate would not dare to act recklessly, so they would not hold back. Chu Li said, moreover, this kind of thing might not be done by the disciples of the Equal Heaven sect personally. Find 2 wandering souls and promise them enough benefits. With a generous reward, there will be brave people who are not afraid of death. Indeed, we can't be careless. Su Chong said solemnly, in your opinion, how should we deal with this? He could not let all the disciples of the Southern Sky Gate return. That would let everyone know that the Southern Sky Gate was afraid and weak. When that happened, not only the Equal Heaven Gate, but the other sects would also want to hit them when they were down. However, as the gate leader, he would not be able to live with himself if he did not summon the disciples back and watch them get killed. Chu Li said, summon all the disciples back once. I want to meet them. Summon all of them back. Su Chong frowned. This was no different from saying that the Southern Sky Gate was afraid. Chu Li said, we only need to come back once. How many disciples do we have outside? Su Chong thought for a while and said, 321. Chu Li thought for a while and said, summon them back. I'll try to see them all in a day. You want to see if they will be attacked through divination? Su Chong immediately understood Chu Li's intention and was a little surprised. He knew that divining the heavenly mystery was extremely taxing on one's mind. At most, one could only do it once or twice a day, and each time, only one thing could be divined. However, it seemed like Chu Li wanted to divinate 321 people in a day. Chu Li nodded. We'll be okay. Su Chong was a little worried. Having someone who was good at divination was too important to the sect. There could not be any accidents. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. I'll try. Okay. Su Chong agreed happily. In the forest under a mountain, a young man was looking down at a bonfire with a serious expression. He was the Southern Sky Gate disciple, Zheng Yuanli. He had received a mission from the Hall of Merit to hunt down a master from the evil sect. He had just found some clues and felt like he was about to catch up, but he felt a vibration from the token. He frowned and took out the token, only to find it vibrating 3 more times. He shook his head helplessly and sighed as he looked at the bonfire. He wanted to ignore the vibration, but he knew that it was an urgent call from the sect, and he had to return immediately. However, if he let go of this clue, the 130 merit points would fly away. That was 130 merit points. He might not have such a good chance to complete the mission next time. Every merit mission was not easy. It was useless to have strong martial arts. One needed wisdom and a little luck. If one was strong in martial arts and had high intelligence, one would not be able to complete the mission without a little luck. He was lucky this time. After chasing for 3 days and 3 nights, he found some clues and had a chance of catching up to the master from the evil sect. However, the sect just had to summon him at this time. He was furious, but he could only teleport back to the sect. When he arrived at the Conscience Hall, he saw that there were already more than 100 people around. After they appeared, they did not say anything and immediately stepped onto the Conscience path, rushing towards the Conscience Hall. When he arrived at the Conscience Hall, he found that there were already more than 300 people gathered at the bottom of the hall steps. They were gathered together and discussing. What happened? Did something big happen in the sect? Something must have happened. While they were discussing, Sima Xing quickly walked out of the Conscience Hall. He stood on the steps and glanced at the crowd. He said in a deep voice, "I have my reasons for summoning you all back. Gather, roundworm, palm, root." The crowd was quickly divided into groups. Zheng Yuanli anxiously returned and squeezed into the first group. He followed the other 8 people into the hall and saw the sect leader and a middle-aged man sitting in the hall. They cupped their fists and bowed as they stepped into the hall. Su Chong waved his hand. "No need to be so polite. Please wait for a moment." Zheng Yuanli felt that the middle-aged man's gaze swept past him, and he felt as if his internal organs were seen through. The ordinary gaze seemed to contain a strange power. Chapter 2743. Zheng Yuanli was shocked. His inner force surged, wanting to protect his body. However, at that moment, the middle-aged man's gaze had already turned to another person. Zheng Yuanli frowned. He didn't know what was going on. Calling him back in such a hurry. It couldn't be to let this middle-aged man look at him, right? This middle-aged man was very strange. That's enough. Zheng Yuanli watched as the middle-aged man closed his eyes. After a while, he opened them and said that. Su Chong waved his hand and said, "All right, you guys can go." Zheng Yuanli couldn't hold it in anymore. He cupped his fists and said, "Sect leader, why are we back?" "Nothing, just to see if you guys are safe." "Go do what you need to do." Su Chong waved his hand and said, "Be careful, the outside isn't like the inside of the sect." "Yes," Zheng Yuanli nodded helplessly. He knew the sect leader's temper. If he didn't want to say it, it was useless to ask. He and the other 8 people left the heart-questioning hall and couldn't help but start discussing. "What is the sect leader doing?" A middle-aged man frowned and said, "Is he just checking if we're safe? He's never done something like this before. Plus, he doesn't need to call us back if we're safe." Their badge wasn't just a badge. It had other uses. First, they could receive an emergency call from the sect. If they were in danger and needed help, they could use the badge to call their fellow sect members around them. Moreover, if they were in danger or even died, the badge would explode and the sect would know. So whether they were safe or not, the sect didn't need to call them. The sect leader's words were obviously inappropriate. "Who is that?" another person asked. Zheng Yuanli said, "I don't think I've seen him before. Is he one of us?" "I think he's a guest. His name is Li Qi." A young man turned to look at the heart-questioning hall and said in a low voice, "A guest who just joined the sect. He hasn't shown himself for a long time. I don't know what he's up to." The 9 of them were all confused, and their curiosity was piqued more and more. "Guest?" Zheng Yuanli asked in a low voice. "Not everyone can become a guest of our Southern Heaven Gate." The Southern Heaven Gate's requirement to become a consecrator was too high and extremely strict. Therefore, there were very few consecrators in the Southern Heaven Gate. Up until now, there were only 19 of them. The new consecrator must have something special about him. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to become a consecrator in the Southern Heaven Gate. These consecrators either had top-notch cultivation and were one of the top experts in the sect, or they had extraordinary skills and could do what others couldn't. Li Qi's cultivation base couldn't be considered high, so if he didn't rely on his martial arts to win, then he must have some sort of miraculous technique. The way he looked at Yang Qi was strange, so perhaps it was because of some sort of miraculous technique. Sima Xing's voice came from behind. "Those who are leaving the hall, hurry up and leave." Zheng Yuanli suddenly remembered his mission and shook his head helplessly. Junior brothers, I still have something to do over there. I'll take my leave first. He cupped his fists and teleported away. Returning to the previous bonfire, the embers of the bonfire had yet to cool down. He carefully looked around and smiled. He found a charred branch next to a rock. There was still a fragrant smell on it, but it was left behind by the fat of the barbecue meat. He took a deep breath, and the fragrance immediately entered his nostrils. A vague figure quickly appeared in his mind. Throwing down the charred branch, he floated through the forest like a shadow and headed toward the top of the mountain. In the next 2 days, he relied on his tracking technique to move quickly. In these 2 days, his goal was to either enter the forest or the bustling city, blending into the crowd. He wanted to use the crowd to confuse his aura and avoid his tracking. Zheng Yuanli dealt with them one by one and followed closely behind him like a maggot attached to a bone. Zheng Yuanli was also helpless. The experts of the Crimson Pole sect were most proficient in Qigong, and they were also proficient in concealment techniques. If it wasn't for his profound tracking technique, he wouldn't have been able to discover this guy. Even if he had discovered him, he wouldn't have been able to take him down immediately. The weakness of this expert from the Crimson Pole sect was his cultivation base. With his own cultivation base, he could forcefully grind him to death. Thus, he could only rely on this method to hunt him down. He had to keep chasing him relentlessly and wait until Lu Wuxuan couldn't escape anymore. Only then could he truly kill him. In the evening, he sensed that Lu Wuxuan had suddenly stopped a mountain not far away. Thus, he suddenly increased his speed and arrived at the peak of a mountain in the blink of an eye. He looked at the old man opposite him, Lu Wuxuan. The old man's face was full of wrinkles, and his figure was thin and withered. He looked miserable and rather pitiful. He stood on a rock, and the strong wind howled, fluttering his gray robes. It seemed like he would be blown away at any moment. Lu Wuxuan cupped his fists and revealed a regretful expression. He sighed and said, "Young master, why do you have to force me? Although this old man's cultivation base is weak, I'm not a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. I will fight back with my life." Lu Wuxuan, that's enough. Put away your act. Zheng Yuanli stopped 5 steps away from him and sneered. You only kill children. This is simply intolerable. You should have died a long time ago. This old man just wants them to leave this terrifying world as soon as possible and suffer less. It's out of good intentions, Lu Wuxuan said in a low voice. Zheng Yuanli sneered. How laughable. Die. As he spoke, he slammed his palm down at the speed of lightning. Huh. Lu Wuxuan suddenly laughed loudly and sidestepped to the side to avoid this palm. 3 old men suddenly appeared behind him and slammed their palms at him like lightning. Zheng Yuanli hurriedly retreated as fast as lightning when he saw their palms attacking so quickly. However, the 3 old men's palms were even faster. Before he could retreat too far, they had already slammed into him. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 palms landed solidly on his chest. He was instantly sent flying and spat out arrows of blood in the air. You? Zheng Yuanli pointed at them in disbelief. He had already recognized the identity of the 3 old men. Hurry up. A long night is fraught with trouble. One of the old men pointed at Lu Wuxuan. Lu Wuxuan hurriedly nodded and rushed toward Zheng Yuanli again. At this moment, Zheng Yuanli had already landed on a rock far away. His back was hit by the side of the rock, and he grimaced in pain. Blood continued to flow from the corner of his mouth. He said with difficulty, How dare you? Equal of Heaven's sect. He had already recognized that this was Equal of Heaven's sect's mental cultivation method. Because he had fought with Equal of Heaven's sect's disciples a few times, he was very familiar with their mental cultivation method. It was firm, domineering, and unique. If you die, no one will know it was us who did it. One of the old men shook his head. Lu Wuxuan had already arrived in front of him. The corner of his mouth opened, revealing a complacent and cunning smile on his wrinkled face. He fiercely slammed his palm down, wanting to smash Zheng Yuanli's head. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lu Wuxuan was sent flying. He spat out arrows of blood in the air, mixed with a few pieces of flesh. His eyes widened in shock. a tall and straight old man, was already standing behind Zheng Yuanli. He stood there as calm as a mountain, calmly looking at the three old men in front of him. "It's you, Wei Ren." The three equal of heaven's sex old men cried out involuntarily. Wei Ren's right palm lightly slapped toward Zheng Yuanli, rousing his spirit. His movements were calm and unhurried, completely ignoring the three old men. The three old men's expressions had already changed. They wanted to retreat. They glanced at each other and were about to disappear. "You want to kill our southern heaven's sex disciples, and you still want to leave?" Wei Ren said calmly. Chapter 2744. The three elders tensed up and glared at him. Wei Ren did not even look at Lu Wuxian, who was paralyzed on the ground. He stared at the three elders calmly and said slowly, "Think carefully. Do you want to live or die?" "Wei Ren, are you trying to start a war between our sects?" one of the elders said in a deep voice. Wei Ren said calmly, "It seems like you're not satisfied. Don't blame me for being merciless." "Wait," the elder in the middle said hurriedly. Wei Ren looked at him calmly. The elder in the middle said quickly, "This is a misunderstanding." Wei Ren said, "What a pity." He appeared behind the three elders in a flash. Before they could move, his right palm had already struck their backs. The three of them were frozen in place. They could only open their mouths and spit out blood and flesh. The three of them shone with bright red light, but could not stop Wei Ren's palm energy from destroying them. Wei Ren said, I gave you a chance, but you did not cherish it." He appeared in front of them again and struck 3 times. Pop! The 3 palms hit their chests at the same time, as if they had struck at the same time. Wei Ren shook his head and sighed. The 3 of them slowly fell to the ground dead. No matter how powerful Heaven's Equal was, it was useless in front of absolute strength. They could not be more dead. "Ancestor Wei." Zheng Yuanli stood up and cupped his fists. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Wei Ren doubtfully. Wei Ren said, "I was ordered by the sect master to secretly follow you. I did not expect Heaven's Equal to be so daring. How are your injuries?" "I am fine," Zheng Yuanli said quickly. "Did the sect master know that Heaven's Equal was going to kill me?" Wei Ren nodded. Zheng Yuanli was not stupid. He said quickly, "Does it have something to do with the trip back earlier? Master Li had already predicted that you would be ambushed." Wei Ren came to the 3 elders' side and lightly slashed the sword at his waist. 3 heads fell to the ground. He then searched their chests for their tokens and some medicine bottles. He put them in a cloth bag and said, "That is why he sent me to follow you. I did not want to alert them, so I did not get too close. In the end, you were injured." Zheng Yuanli said, "Grandmaster Wei, what are you talking about? If not for Grandmaster, I would really be dead. Is the Equal Heaven sect crazy?" He couldn't believe that the Equal Heaven sect really dared to kill him. Were they trying to start a war with the Southern Heaven Gate? "They are indeed crazy now," Wei Ren said. He couldn't understand why the Equal Heaven sect dared to do this. They actually sent people to kill the disciples of the Southern Sky Gate. Weren't they afraid that the Southern Sky Gate would retaliate? Don't forget that the Southern Heavenly Gate now had a worshipper who was proficient in divining the secrets of the heavens. It wasn't like before. No matter how secretive the Equal Heavenly Gate was, they couldn't hide it from the Southern Heavenly Gate. They were so sure that the Southern Sky Gate wouldn't dare to retaliate. What a joke. Wei Ren straightened his back, dusted his hands, and picked up the sack. "Your mission is complete. Let's go." "Grandmaster, should we hide it?" Zheng Yuanli hesitated. If they left just like that, the people of the Equal Heaven sect would soon find out that one of their experts had died. Moreover, they would be able to recognize that it was the martial arts of the Southern Heaven sect. This would definitely incite a conflict between the 2 sects, and the consequences would be dire. "There's no need," Wei Ren said calmly. "We need to let them know how powerful we are." "Yes," Zheng Yuanli nodded. While he was worried, he was also delighted. This was the Southern Heavenly Gate, fearless. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. If he dared to kill a disciple of the Southern Heavenly Gate, the Southern Heavenly Gate would dare to kill him, regardless of which sect it was. The two suddenly disappeared and appeared at the bottom of the road of conscience in the next moment. They quickly climbed the steps and entered the conscience hall. There were 3 people sitting in the conscience hall. In the middle was the gate leader, Su Chong. On his left and right were Chu Li and Sima Xing. After Wei Run and Zheng Yuanli entered, they fist saluted. Reporting to the gate leader, 3 masters of the Equal Heaven sect used the Crimson Pole sect's Lu Wushuan as bait to kill Yuanli. They have been executed. All right, thank you, Senior Brother Wei. Su Chong fist saluted. Go and rest. Wei Ren shook his head. Gate leader, the Equal Heaven sect will go crazy. How are we going to deal with them? There's no rush, Su Chong said. Wei Ren said, from what I understand, they will retaliate soon. I've already sent a few senior brothers to prepare. Su Chong smiled. Wei Ren looked at Chu Li in surprise. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Wei Ren came to a realization. High Official Li, you've already predicted how they will retaliate? Chu Li said, I've already deduced part of it. However, the deduction technique can't be 100% accurate. It's inevitable that there will be some mistakes. Of course. Wei Ren nodded. They all knew this. The world was ever-changing. Fate was like a river. No one knew when there would be external interference. There would be sudden and unpredictable changes. The deduction technique was not perfect. Su Chong said, the Equal Heaven sect no longer has Bao Cheng. It's impossible for them to be as unscrupulous as before. This time, we'll teach them a lesson and make them behave. As he spoke, he was in high spirits. Chu Li smiled. Wei Run said in a low voice, it's time to suppress their arrogance. Otherwise, they'll think that we're afraid. Zheng Yuanli looked at Chu Li curiously and fist saluted. Thank you, High Official Li. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. You're welcome, Junior Brother Zheng. For the next month, don't go out. All right. Zheng Yuanli nodded without hesitation. After they left, Chu Li let out a sigh of relief. Su Chong smiled. As expected of the divination technique, it's so accurate. He had doubts about Chu Li's previous actions. It was a little too miraculous for him to be able to see through the disciples' fate with just one glance. Then he got the sect's top-notch masters to secretly protect them. It was truly beyond imagination. From Zheng Yuanli's point of view, the deduction was right. Chu Li said, you flatter me. However, the Equal Heaven sect is quite powerful. Don't you need help? Not for now. Su Chong said, High Official Li, didn't you already predict their actions? Chu Li smiled. I'm afraid that it'll mess things up if it's not accurate. Don't doubt the person you're using. Don't doubt the person you're using. Don't worry, High Official Li. Even if you're wrong, I won't say anything. Su Chong said seriously. It was inevitable that there would be mistakes in the deduction. However, it would be foolish to give up because of that. The function of divination was beyond imagination. Now that the sect finally had such a talent, how could they not put him to good use? Chu Li fist saluted and showed a grateful expression. Now that things had come to this, he could not leave even if he wanted to. He could only return to the Great Mercy Temple after settling this matter. Otherwise, if the Southern Heaven sect was implicated or even destroyed because of him, he would be guilty and would feel guilty. He always had a clear conscience. Once his confidence was destroyed, his spirit and willpower would be damaged. If he lost his state of mind, he would not be able to improve his martial arts in the future. He might as well stay in the Grandmaster's boundary and rule the world. The next morning, he and Su Chong continued to sit in Conscience Hall. As soon as they sat down, footsteps were heard. It was 3 elders and a middle-aged man who strode in. The 4 of them were proud and in high spirits. At the same time, they were surrounded by a murderous aura. It was obvious that they had just killed someone. The 4 of them fist saluted. Su Chong waved his hand. Senior Brother Meng, how was it? Just like what the sect leader said, there were indeed masters from the Equal Heaven sect who came to kill Young Zhou. A total of 5 masters were killed by us. One of the elders stroked his beard and said proudly, they were unprepared. They had to die even if they didn't. Usually, it was the Equal Heaven sect who ambushed others. This time, it was them who counterattacked the Equal Heaven sect's masters. As soon as he finished speaking, Another 5 elders strode in with smiles on their faces. Chapter 27:45. Faction leader, this is great. The leading old man laughed and said they just jumped out and wanted to kill old Lou, so we immediately attacked and caught them off guard. They thought that they had succeeded in ambushing old Lou, but in the end, they were ambushed by us. The sect master wasn't there, so their expressions were laughable. Brother Mo, Su Chong smiled. Did you kill them? A total of 4 top-notch masters. Brother Mo nodded excitedly. We killed them until they pissed their pants. They were prepared and had already used their special skills to wait for the masters from the Heaven's Gate. The 3 top-notch masters did not even have time to react before they were killed. He was so excited that he couldn't stop talking. Before Su Chong could speak, he continued, High Official Lee is really clever. You even calculated the time and asked us to wait with the occult method. At first, I was still doubtful, fearing that our occult method would fail and they would appear again. Fortunately, I believed High Official Lee's words. I admire you. He finished in one breath and grinned. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Su Chong said, Great, congratulations. But faction leader, are we going to war with the Heaven's Gate? Brother Mo's excitement did not diminish as he smiled. The Heaven's Gate is only so. They have been tricked by us. Su Chong smiled. It's up to them. We are not afraid of a war. Now that he had Chu Li, he felt that victory was in his grasp. Their strengths were not too far apart, but with Heaven's Gate, they had the advantage in every aspect. Naturally, they would be able to defeat the Heaven's Gate easily. Yes, who's afraid of who? Everyone nodded. They all retreated, and Chu Li and Su Chong sat in the conscience hall to talk. What's next, High Official Lee? Su Chong asked. Will the Heaven's Gate continue to attack? Chu Li said, I need to observe before I can predict anything. Faction leader, I want to go to the Heaven's Gate. No, Su Chong quickly said. Chu Li smiled. I will only observe from afar and take the opportunity to predict. I will not get close. The Heaven's Gate is not to be trifled with. Su Chong said, especially their sect, we should not get close. I will observe from afar. Chu Li said, if I don't observe, it will be difficult to predict. I'll accompany you, Su Chong said. He was really worried. He was now enjoying the wonderful feeling of having a heavenly prophecy expert by his side. He had the upper hand in every aspect, so he valued Chu Li even more. He could not allow anything to happen to him, or else it would be a huge blow to the Southern Sky Gate. Chu Li smiled. Faction leader, you'll become a bigger target if you go. My cultivation level is still weak, so I won't attract their attention. Are you sure? Su Chong frowned. He knew that divination could sense danger and avoid it in advance. Chu Li smiled and nodded. All right, make it quick, Su Chong said. Chu Li Fist saluted and left in a flash. In the next moment, he appeared on top of a towering mountain peak. The surrounding mountains were like a forest of long spears stabbing straight into the sky. Standing on top of the giant peak and looking into the distance, the omniscient mirror reflected a giant peak 2 miles away. That was where the Equal Heaven Gate was located. The morning sun was bright, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. He stood still like a statue for half an hour. In this half an hour, a total of 3 Equal Heaven Gate disciples came in and out of the Equal Heaven Gate. After they left the Equal Heaven Gate, they immediately teleported away, so there was no one around the Equal Heaven Gate. The Equal Heaven Gate's mountain protection formation blocked his vision. This made him even more cautious of the Equal Heaven Gate. He was not the same as before. His spiritual force was strong, and with the support of the Heaven's Eye and the help of the Black Void Mirror, the Omniscient Mirror was extremely powerful. The normal sect protection formation could no longer stop him. However, the Equal Heaven Gate's mountain protection formation was even more powerful. It blocked his vision, so he could not see what was going on inside. Just by looking at the mountain protection formation, he knew that the Equal Heaven Gate was not a normal sect. Moreover, he could not see inside the sect, so he could not see the real situation of the Equal Heaven Gate or the Southern Sky Gate. Through the fates of the three heavens equal sect disciples, he saw that the southern heaven gate had lost, and the heavens equal sect had won. Among the three heavens equal sect disciples, two survived the intense battle, while the other lost his life. Seeing this, his expression changed slightly. When he saw the fate of the Southern Sky Gate people, he clearly saw that the Southern Sky Gate won. Why did it look like they lost now? The mysteries of heaven were unpredictable and unpredictable. It seemed that someone had disturbed the mysteries of heaven, so he had to hurry up and deal with it. As expected, he has come. An old voice suddenly sounded. Chuli frowned and turned his head to look. A white-haired elder was standing behind him. His robe was fluttering, and his silver beard was swaying. He was smiling and looking at him, but his eyes were cold and emotionless. It was as if he was looking at an object instead of a person. Chuli Fist saluted. "May I know who you are?" He had appeared behind him without a sound, which made his heart sink. His current cultivation level was already considered top-notch, and he had God's limbs, so he was very sensitive to the void. Yet, someone had approached him without him knowing. Their cultivation levels were too far apart. He felt that something was wrong and was ready to retreat. "I'm Gong Tianya," the white-haired elder said in a deep voice. Chuli frowned and slowly shook his head. It seemed like the Equal Heaven Gate did not have such a top-notch master. He was not a famous person. Gong Tianya said lightly, "You must be the high official from the Southern Sky Gate." "Yes," Chuli nodded. Gong Tianya said, "Your methods are brilliant, and you did a good job. I admire you too." Chuli smiled. "I don't deserve it. You did not do worse than Bao Chung." Gong Tianya smiled. Chuli said, "Bao Chung was indeed powerful. No matter how powerful he was, he still died in your hands." Gong Tianya said, "It's inevitable for a general to die in battle. He spent his whole life deducing the mysteries of heaven, but he was still killed in the end. How ironic." Chuli nodded. "The mysteries of heaven cannot be relied on. This is indeed a lesson. I shall take my leave then." "Freeze!" Gong Tianya suddenly shouted. Chuli had already activated God's limbs and was about to escape into the void. However, the void of his mind was shaken by this shout, and his mind was instantly lost. His figure appeared again. Many skills were activated in his mind, and he regained his consciousness. He calmed the shaking in the void of his mind, as if he had stopped the raging waves. As soon as the void calmed down, he felt a pain in his chest. Bang! His chest was hit by a palm, and it hit his heart. His body instantly became weak, and the shallowest level of the realm of nothingness was activated. The original attack was reduced by half, and half of the power of the fatal blow was blocked, and it only caused him serious injuries. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air, and just as he was about to disappear, Gong Tianya shouted again. Chu Li's mind was not lost, but he could not shift into the void. The invisible force of this shout seemed to shake the void, and the originally calm void became restless, and he could not enter it safely. Chu Li knew that this was not good. He formed a seal with his hands and faced Piao Piao's palm. Pop! With a muffled sound, his body shook again and seemed to become a little more illusory, and then became solid again. Chapter 2746. Gong Tianya moved like a phantom, and his palms were as fast as lightning. Coupled with the continuous shouts, Gong Tianya's mind was constantly disturbed. He couldn't use his god's limbs and could only rely on his present realm to withstand the attacks. Once Gong Tianya revealed an opening, Chu Li would be able to escape. Facing Gong Tianya's profound cultivation level, Chu Li was not in a hurry to take revenge. He wanted to escape first, as he might really die here today. However, Gong Tianya had special skills, and every shout was the use of spiritual energy, which consumed his spiritual energy. At his realm, his inner energy was endless, but his spiritual energy was definitely not at the same realm. If he kept shouting like this, his spiritual energy would eventually be depleted. Chu Li could only hope that he could last until his spiritual energy was exhausted. Gong Tianya did not stop waving his palms. Together with his palm energy and God-shaking howl, The two were always successful. He did not expect that he could not take down this young man with such a shallow cultivation level. Chi Tian faction did not only have Bao Cheng, but also a hidden heavens divination master. He had been hiding in the dark and did not make a move to prevent Bao Cheng from being harmed. They had already taken precautions. Bao Cheng was in the limelight, and more than 100 top sects wanted to get rid of him. Even if his heavens divination was powerful and could avoid danger, Chi Tian faction still had two backup plans. As expected, Bao Cheng was harmed. They had been waiting patiently and suffered 2 losses to numb their opponents. Then, they sent out the hidden heavens divination master and one of the top masters of Chi Tian faction, Gong Tianya. Initially, they thought that a person with such a shallow cultivation level could be easily killed even if he had treasures. They did not expect it to take so long. Gong Tianya was secretly anxious. Thus, he sneered and said, "Brat, you're quite capable. What kind of martial art is this?" His last sentence was released with God's shaking howl to shake the mind and force the other party to speak the truth. Chuli did not care. It was hard for him to concentrate and execute God's limbs, but he wouldn't be controlled by the God-shaking roar either. He was still clear-headed and could maintain his body in the realm of nothingness. He could also experience the realm of nothingness from Gong Tianya's palm force. At the moment of life and death, his understanding of the realm of nothingness grew deeper and deeper. Bam, 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 bam. Muffled sounds rang out incessantly. Although Chu Li's injuries continued to worsen, his nothingness state was slowly improving. His dragon-elephant prajna technique was becoming more and more refined. Chu Li's demon suppression seal was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Gong Tianya's cultivation level was too high, far beyond Chu Li's reach. Chi! Suddenly, a shrill howl was heard. Just as Gong Tianya was about to unleash his god-shaking howl, and his right palm was about to hit Chu Li's chest, Chu Li swung his arm, and a bolt of lightning shot towards Gong Tianya's throat. Gong Tianya sneered and tilted his head, easily dodging the attack. However, this also caused the god-shaking howl to stop. Chu Li vanished the next moment. Bang! Gong Tianya's palm force slammed onto the ground, causing crushed rocks to explode. A huge piece of rock turned into fragments and shot out. In a flash, he followed closely behind Chu Li and arrived at the path of conscience. Chu Li raised his voice and shouted, "Faction leader!" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chong had already appeared with Wei Run by his side. Su Chong had been feeling uneasy ever since Chu Li left. He was worried that something might have happened to Chu Li. After thinking about it, he was still worried and decided to follow Chu Li secretly to take a look. Hence, he called Wei Rin over so that if Chu Li was really in danger, he could take care of him. As soon as they heard Chu Li's voice, the two of them appeared at the path of conscience in a flash. They saw Gong Tianya appear and attack Chu Li. Chu Li spat out a mouthful of blood. He glided forward and performed the demon suppression seal with both of his hands. Bang! Gong Tianya hit his chest again. Stop! Su Chong's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He instantly appeared behind Gong Tianya and punched him fiercely. Bang! The fist force exploded in the air, almost breaking through the void. Gong Tianya turned around and faced him. Boom! The sound of the explosion was like a sudden clap of thunder. Both of them retreated. The wind howled, and Chu Li could not help but take a few steps back. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Wei Rin appeared behind him, and a warm inner energy was sent from his back into his organs, instantly reducing the severity of his injuries by 10%. Chu Li hurriedly said, "Elder Wei, you don't have to worry about me. Deal with this person first." Wei Rin felt that Chu Li's injuries were not as serious as he imagined. It was not life-threatening. He flashed behind Gong Tianya and lightly struck with his palm. Gong Tianya was fighting with Su Chong. The two of them exchanged blows, but did not exchange blows. They were only using exquisite techniques to try and hit each other's vital points. Wei Rin's appearance alerted him, and he suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of Chu Li. "Faction leader, stop him at all costs!" Chu Li shouted. Then, without waiting for Gong Tianya to use his god-shaking howl, Chu Li had already disappeared in front of him. Gong Tianya roared in anger and used the god-shaking howl. However, Chu Li's figure was already gone. He was furious, but he knew that he could not barge into the southern heavenly gate. He could only stare at Su Chong and Wei Rin fiercely. He cursed in his heart. He was so close. He was so close to eliminating the scourge, but he had escaped. He would not have another chance like this in the future. Li Qi would not take the risk anymore. He would definitely hide in the southern heavenly gate to predict the future. He would not take any more risks. It was almost impossible to kill him. Gong Tianya, Su Chong sneered. How dare you? He let out a long roar and was about to gather people to surround and attack Gong Tianya. Since Li Qi said that he would stop him at all costs, there must be a reason for it. It was definitely not just because of a personal grudge. Gong Tianya shouted and suddenly disappeared. He did not care about Wei Rin's palm. Pop! Wei Rin's palm energy hit him like a pebble falling into a deep well. Gong Tianya spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Chong's fist force arrived. Bang! When the fist force landed, Gong Tianya had already disappeared. He was just a little bit away. Wei Rin's soft and silent palm energy was also too late. He shook his head and sighed. I can't kill him with one palm. Faction leader. 9 gray-robed elders appeared beside them. They looked solemn and did not have any aura around them. Their eyes were cloudy, and they looked like old men. However, they were the top-notch masters of the Southern Heavenly Gate. Su Chong looked at them and shook his head. Let's go back. Faction leader, where is he? A gray-robed elder asked. Wei Rin said, Masters Jr. He has already escaped. It's Gong Tianya from the Equal Heaven Gate. It's that Gong Tianya. He's very slippery. The gray-robed elder came to a realization and sighed. It's rare that he dared to come. It's a pity that he did not stay. Yes. Wei Rin nodded regretfully. Su Chong said, no matter what, it's already a blessing that Li Qi can return safely. That's true. But why did he insist on keeping Gong Tianya alive? Wei Rin nodded. Let's go and see him, Su Chong said. Chu Li returned to his courtyard and closed his eyes to heal his injuries. He was secretly relieved. He could not underestimate the heroes of the world. Even if he had cultivated the dragon-elephant prajna technique to the 12th level, he was still not invincible. This Gong Tianya's cultivation level was beyond his imagination. If he had not comprehended the realm of nothingness, he would have definitely died this time. Just as he closed his eyes to heal his injuries, Su Chong and Wei Rin appeared. Su Chong took out a jade bottle from his inner pocket. Chu Li opened his eyes and shook his head. Faction leader, there's no need to waste the spirit medicine. This injury won't kill him. What about Gong Tianya? Su Chong forcefully stuffed it into his hands and said snappily, quickly eat it. Chapter 2747. What happened? Su Chong asked. Chu Li sighed. I didn't expect the Equal Heaven faction to be so cunning. They even hid a divination master. Su Chong and Wei Rin looked at him. Chu Li shook his head. That guy was half divination and half speculation. He predicted that I would approach the Equal Heaven faction to observe, so he prepared a top-notch master to wait for me. He sighed with lingering fear. Almost lost my life this time. Wei Rin asked, then you didn't predict it? Chu Li shook his head. The Equal Heaven faction has a treasure that can hide the divination, so it hid Gong Tianya. The Equal Heaven faction, I underestimated them. Su Chong's face turned gloomy. He suddenly lost the confidence to win. With a divination master, the Equal Heaven faction would not be easy to deal with. Fortunately, Li Qi managed to escape, or else the Southern Heaven faction would be in danger. Could he be plotting something else? Wei Rin said in a low voice, will our disciples be in danger? Chu Li replied, Elder Wei, don't worry. This treasure is very precious, and it's with Gong Tianya. Did Gong Tianya leave it behind? No. Su Chong shook his head helplessly. If he knew that Gong Tianya had that kind of treasure, he would have risked his life. Unfortunately, he hesitated and thought that Chu Li did not activate his secret skill because of his personal feelings. Wei Rin's face turned gloomy. If he knew that Gong Tianya was so important and that he had that treasure, he would have stopped him at all costs. However, the opportunity was lost. He could only blame himself for underestimating Li Qi. He felt that his cultivation level was too low. Although he was good at divination, he was not qualified enough to command an elder like him. As a result, he missed the opportunity to get that treasure. Can we win? Su Chong asked slowly. Chu Li frowned. We need to plan well. It's not that easy. We need to find out who that guy is first and think of a way to get rid of him. He now had the Heaven Eye connection and the mysterious sky mirror flying star technique. The treasure that could hide his eyes was definitely not ordinary. It would be troublesome. If he was not careful, his plan would be ruined bit by bit. Is it because of that treasure? Su Chong asked. Chu Li's face turned serious as he nodded slowly. Su Chong and Wei Run were silent, and their expressions were extremely gloomy. When Chu Li saw that they were suffering enough, he said, Now that things have come to this, we can only deal with it as it comes. There's no other way. However, with that treasure, it's almost impossible to get rid of that person. Is there no way at all? Su Chong asked. Chu Li said, As long as that fellow carries a treasure with him, I won't be able to predict his movements. Damn it! Su Chong slammed the stone table. A palm print immediately appeared on the stone table. Chu Li shook his head and said, Faction leader, you don't have to blame yourself now that things have come to this. This is fate. I don't believe that I can't stop that guy. In terms of divination, I'm not as good as the star-seizing sect, but compared to others, I'm not any weaker. Su Chong nodded his head slightly. Since things had come to this, there was no other way but to hold on. They had already fallen out with the Equal Heaven sect, and the Equal Heaven sect had already made their move. If the Southern Heaven sect showed any signs of weakness, they would never be able to raise their heads again. The other sects would be like hungry wolves that smelled blood, wanted to take a bite out of them. If that really happened, the Southern Heaven sect would not be far from being annihilated. No matter how powerful a sect was, they would not be able to withstand a group attack. Wei Rin said, Faction leader, we actually have another move. Let's hear it. Su Chong said. Wei Rin scoffed and said, We'll fight them head on. Bring people to surround the Equal Heaven sect. No matter what they do, they won't be able to come up with any tricks. So what if they can predict the heavens will? Can they make people appear? Can the Southern Heaven sect's strength really suppress the Equal Heaven sect? Chu Li frowned. Su Chong shook his head slowly. No one knows how strong their foundation is. If they don't fight, no one will know how strong it is. Ask all the disciples to return. I'll look at it again. Chu Li said. All right. Su Chong agreed immediately. Wei Rin said, High Official Li, it's enough to hide your prediction. If Gong Tianya uses the treasure to assassinate our disciples, none of them will be able to escape. You won't be able to predict it either, right? Chu Li shook his head. Fate is like a big net. Everyone is an eye in the net. You don't have to stare at the eye of the net. Just look at the surrounding eyes, and you'll be able to make a guess. If you can't predict it, then make a guess. Listen to High Official Li, Su Chong said in a low voice. Although Wei Run was a little worried, he saw that the faction leader had made up his mind. He knew that it was useless to say anything else, so he could only sigh. Chu Li looked at him and did not say anything else. He went to Conscience Interrogation Hall with Su Chong and Wei Run. The two of them sat on the armchairs in Conscience Interrogation Hall. Su Chong asked, High Official Li, your injury. Chu Li shook his head. It won't delay my prediction. Junior brother Sima, give me a spirit-opposing pill. Su Chong said. Sima Xing nodded and turned to leave. After a while, he turned back and handed over an exquisite purple box. Su Chong extended his hand and gestured to pass it to Chu Li. Sima Xing passed it to Chu Li carefully. Chu Li took it with both hands and opened it. It was a yellow pill sealed in wax. He swallowed it without hesitation. His mind and body felt refreshed. It was comfortable and clear. Chu Li smiled. What a spirit-opposing pill. It's really powerful. Not only could this spirit-opposing pill heal injuries, but it could also replenish one's spirit. It was a true spirit pill. Replenishing spirit was extremely rare in this world. Sima Xing said, "There are only 9 spirit-opposing pills. The medicinal ingredients are hard to find. Every pill used is 1 less." Chu Li Fis saluted and did not say much. At that moment, a report came from outside. There were disciples coming in. The first group was still Zheng Yuanli and the others. Chu Li looked at the 9 of them with a serious expression. When Zheng Yuanli and the others saw how serious he was, they could not help but feel anxious. Chu Li thought for a while and waved his hand. "Don't leave first. Wait outside for a while." Su Chong said, "Did you hear that? You may leave." Zheng Yuanli and the others left Conscience Interrogation Hall. They went downstairs and discussed again. This time, the 9 of them did not dare to speak loudly. They were getting more curious. Zheng Yuanli secretly told them about his experience. When the other 8 knew how powerful Chu Li was, they could not help but be excited. This time, we are also on the side of heavenly secrets. Let's see how heaven's equal faction can still be arrogant. A young disciple scoffed. Zheng Yuanli smiled and nodded. Heaven's equal faction could be so tyrannical. Although their strength was shocking, the meticulous planning was also the key. Now that they had offset this advantage, they were not afraid of heaven's equal faction at all. After everyone had seen it, Chu Li closed his eyes and did not move an inch. The Conscience Interrogation Hall was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. The buzzing sounds of discussion from outside surged in. Su Chong frowned and gave Sima Xing a look. Sima Xing walked out of the hall quietly and stood on the stairs. He coughed softly. Everyone quieted down. Sima Xing nodded in satisfaction. He stood on the stairs with his hands behind his back and did not move. He stared at everyone. They could only shut their mouths helplessly and stop talking. They waited for orders from inside. Time passed by slowly. They felt that it was extremely slow. They felt uncomfortable standing in the hall, especially when many disciples were called back at a crucial moment. They wanted to return immediately, but were delayed here. In their anxiety, they felt that time was getting slower. 2 hours felt like a year. Chapter 2748. Chu Li sighed. This GB of A is also a powerful figure. He was able to become the deputy palace leader of Conscience Palace. He shook his head and smiled. Su Chong's expression became even uglier. He scoffed and said, "Who knows, he might not be a traitor." Chu Li said, "I hope so." Su Chong could tell that Chu Li was being perfunctory and did not think much of it. Chapter 2733. White Robe Commander Counterattack. Second watch. Please wait for a moment while I'm hitting it. Chapter 2749. The interspatial bracelet in his possession was indeed miraculous. Not only could it conceal the heavenly secrets, but could also protect and counterattack. It was a pity that there was only one interspatial bracelet in heaven's equal sect, and it was obtained by force. It was all thanks to Bao Cheng that they were able to obtain the interspatial bracelet. After they found out about this item, Bao Cheng's clever calculations allowed them to obtain it. Otherwise, they would not have been able to obtain it even if they knew about it. He had this item with the purpose of luring Li Qi out. It was a pity that Li Qi could resist the temptation and did not appear. Instead, he sent more experts and almost caused them to be completely annihilated. They were already extremely lucky to be able to escape now. He stood at the peak of a mountain and looked at Wei Run and the others who were drifting over from afar. Wei Run had already risked his life. After eating the spirit elixir, he continued to use secret arts regardless of the injuries on his body. His injuries worsened as he chased after Gong Tianya desperately. He wanted to eliminate Gong Tianya and take back the treasure that concealed the heavenly secrets. Huh? Gong Tianya laughed proudly and shook his head. Wei Run, Lu Yongfeng, give up. It's useless. He was at the border of the Void Lock Stone. He could teleport away with a thought, but Wei Ren and the others were still within the range of the Void Lock Stone. They could not teleport and could only watch as he left. He knew this feeling. Thinking about it made him extremely happy. It was a way to relieve the depression of killing so many of his fellow sect members. Wei Ren shouted, "Gong, what kind of man are you to rely on a treasure? If you have the guts, fight again. No matter how many rounds we fight, you will not be my match." Gong Tianya shook his head and smiled. "Loser, shut up. You can't escape." Wei Ren shouted, "Do you think we're the only ones waiting to kill you?" Gong Tianya quickly looked around and shook his head with a smile. Ridiculous. Wei Ren and the others were already half a mile away. They would arrive in the blink of an eye. Gong Tianya was about to teleport away when he said one last sentence. "I will remember this and settle it with you." His figure blurred and was about to disappear when there was an explosion around him. "You." Gong Tianya's eyes widened. His figure became solid again and could not teleport away. Lu Yongfeng shook his head and sighed. "You can't escape." He had already crushed a void lock stone, once again locking down the surrounding 50 kilometers. Good. Gong Tianya sneered and said, "It is an honor to use 2 void locking stones on me. Even if you die, it'll be worth it," Wei Ren said coldly. "It's useless." Gong Tianya's figure flashed, and he turned into a ghost that floated into the distance. Wei Ren and the rest chased after him relentlessly, but they could not catch up to him. A portion of the energy absorbed by the universe bracelet was sent back, while the rest was retained and turned into inner energy to propel his body continuously. He was faster than usual, even faster than Wei Ren and the others who had used their secret techniques. Wei Ren's eyes were already bloodshot. Looking at Gong Tianya's figure getting further and further away, he almost wanted to grind his teeth into pieces. It had been a long time since he had felt this powerless. It was as if he was recalling the time when he had just entered the sect and was very weak. Bang! Wei Ren punched himself in the chest. He spat out another mouthful of blood. After that, he suddenly sped up, turning into a stream of light, and instantly caught up to Gong Tianya, slapping down lightly with his palm. Bang! Gong Tianya's figure paused. Wei Ren turned into a ghost and entangled Gong Tianya. Gong Tianya's movement technique was also like a ghost, as if 2 shadows were drifting about. They looked slow, but their figures could no longer be seen clearly. Lu Yongfeng gritted his teeth and snorted. He used the incomplete heaven technique. They all knew about the existence of the incomplete heaven technique. It was the most ruthless kind of secret technique, and it burned one's lifespan as the price. 1 breath would burn 10 years of lifespan, and a few breaths would burn 100 years of lifespan. 1,000 years of lifespan would be burned in the blink of an eye. Even if they had 10,000 years of lifespan, every year was extremely precious, and they would not use it unless they had no other choice. Previously, the secret techniques that they used were all to stimulate their potential and stimulate their essence chi. After using them, there would be strong repercussions. Their essence chi would be greatly damaged, and it would take a long time to recover. Even spirit pills could not alleviate it. But the incomplete heaven technique was even more ruthless. It burned one's lifespan directly, and it could not be remedied. Everyone, use the incomplete heaven technique. Lu Yongfeng snorted. "We must kill this Gong Tianya." The other 8 gritted their teeth and nodded helplessly. One after another, they patted their chests and spat out a mouthful of blood. Their bodies suddenly sped up, and their attacks were swift and fierce. Gong Tianya was like a candle in the wind, surrounded and bombarded by the crowd. He trembled continuously, but he still had a smile on his face. He shook his head and said, "It's useless, you can't break through my treasure." Wei Ren and the other 10 gritted their teeth and attacked madly. They beat Gong Tianya until he had no strength to fight back, and he could not escape either. He was frozen on the spot, but he had the protection of the universe bracelet, so he was not afraid at all and had a smile on his face. Chu Li and Su Chong fluttered out of the forest and arrived at the periphery. He and Su Chong had already been hiding here, and they rushed to appear before the void locking stone was crushed. Although they could not predict heaven's will, they could sense Wei Ren's location through the all-seeing divine power. and then used the omniscient mirror to wait here in advance. He did not expect this treasure to be so powerful, and it was beyond his imagination. Faction leader, can we restrain him? Chu Li turned his head and said. Su Chang's expression was solemn, and he nodded slowly. His body was surging, and his purple robe fluttered without any wind. It slowly puffed up and gradually stuck to his body. The force around his body was restrained to the point that not a single trace of it could be seen. It was as if he did not know any martial arts, and he stood quietly beside Chu Li like a tree. Chu Li glanced at him, and then continued to stare at the scene. Huh! Gong Tianya suddenly laughed out loud. Boom! The 10 elders spat out blood and flew out, and they widened their eyes in disbelief. Gong Tianya could not stop laughing, and he felt great. TSS. Su Chang's figure suddenly flashed in front of him, and he lightly hit his right shoulder with his palm. Gong Tianya's right arm fell instantly, and it was silent. Damn it! Gong Tianya screamed, and he wanted to catch his right arm that had fallen. Bam! Su Chang slapped him away with a palm. Wei Run and the others spat out blood in the air, and they suddenly turned around and pounced on Gong Tianya. Suddenly, palm energy engulfed him like a tidal wave, and he was swallowed in the blink of an eye. Bam, 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 bam. Under the continuous palm energy, Gong Tianya quickly fell and then exploded. Su Chang caught Gong Tianya's right arm and fluttered back to Chu Li's side. He took off a dark green bracelet from his wrist and looked at it carefully. He said in a low voice, It really is this divine item. Chu Li smiled. What is this? Su Chang passed it to him and said, The universe bracelet, a legendary treasure. After Chu Li took it, his body tensed up, and he quickly used force to prevent it from falling. He smiled bitterly. It's so heavy. The small bracelet was actually more than 1,000 gold, and he almost did not manage to catch it. Fortunately, after cultivating the dragon elephant wisdom, his physical strength had greatly increased, and he did not embarrass himself by getting hit by the universe bracelet. Su Chang said, The higher your cultivation level, the lighter this bracelet will be. Your cultivation level is still low. Chu Li nodded and lifted it with difficulty. He carefully looked at it with the omniscient mirror. However, there was an invisible force that blocked his observation, and the heavens was also blocked. It turned out to be a mass of chaos, and nothing could be seen. There was no beginning, no end, no front, and no back. The heavens had lost its effect on it. Chapter 2751. It really is a treasure, Chu Li exclaimed. He used a thoroughly meticulous clairvoyance and tried to stab into it, but he could not move it. He did not gain anything for a while. This invisible force blocked his clairvoyance, prediction, and heavenly secrets. He felt that what was truly amazing was not the interspatial bracelet itself, but the power contained within it. It should be a higher level of power. This kind of power from a higher level of heaven was stronger than the power from the upper level of heaven. With the life and death scripture, the spiritual energy he used to cultivate was from the upper level of heaven, which was several times purer than in this world. Hence, his cultivation speed was extremely fast, and his progress was several times faster than others. However, the power in this interspatial bracelet was far stronger than the power from the upper level of heaven. Hence, he could determine that it was from a higher level of heaven, but he did not know how many levels higher it was. It was even more powerful, which was why it could hide from heavenly secrets. Seeing that he was so fond of it, Su Chang said, High Official Li, you can take this interspatial bracelet. Chu Li was stunned. He quickly looked up and shook his head. He smiled and said, No, Gate Leader, I don't deserve such a treasure. High Official Li, you are the most important thing now, Su Chang said. Compared to me, the Gate Leader, your safety is more important. If he did not predict the heavenly secrets, the Equal Heaven Gate would beat them to a pulp. Don't forget that the Equal Heaven Gate still had a master who could predict the heavenly secrets. He had been eyeing Li Qi and was ready to kill him. Hence, Li Qi's safety was the most important now. Once Li Qi died, the Southern Heaven Gate would definitely lose. Li Qi's cultivation was too weak. If he was plotted against by that guy, he would definitely die. Hence, it was best for Chu Li to have the interspatial bracelet. Chu Li shook his head. Gate leader, even if you give it to me, I can't carry it. I can't move even an inch with it on me. Gate leader's martial arts is so profound that you don't need it. Why don't you give it to Elder Wei or Elder Lu? When they carry it outside, they can avoid the heavenly secrets and predict unexpected events. If this was really that useful, we wouldn't have snatched it away, Wei Ren said as he wiped the corner of his mouth. Everyone coveted a treasure like the interspatial bracelet. Even a top-notch master like him yearned for such a treasure. Even if it could be used, it would be good. He had personally experienced the power of the interspatial bracelet. For Chu Li to be able to say such words, he felt that his efforts were not in vain. Even though these experts were blasted flying and coughed out blood, their lives weren't in danger. At their level, their vitality was exceptionally tenacious. It wasn't easy for them to die, even if they wanted to. No matter how heavy their injuries were, they could always quickly recover. Lu Yongfeng said, "This treasure is pretty good at protecting one's life. In my opinion, it's better to give it to revered elderly." His admiration for Chu Li was growing, as expected of someone who could predict the future. If it were not for that, the Southern Sky Gate's powerhouses that Gong Tianya had killed would have been defeated by him one by one. The Southern Sky Gate would have suffered heavy losses. But now, not only had they gotten rid of Gong Tianya, they had also seized such a treasure. This was a decisive change in the situation between the two sections. The tables had turned, and the equal heaven sect was in sight. From this, it could be seen how important a divination expert was. Therefore, it was best for him to wear the interspatial bracelet. That's right. Everyone chimed in. Su Chong smiled and said, "This is what everyone wants. Li Qi, don't decline." Sigh, Chu Li said helplessly, "All right then, I'll keep it for the time being." He was touched. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a treasure? Su Chong and the others gave it to him without hesitation. This was not only a reward for him, but also a form of trust. If he let them down, he would not be able to face his conscience. Chu Li said, "Faction leader, summon the disciples back." All right, Su Chong smiled. This time, without the treasure to interfere with the future, Li Qi would be able to predict more clearly and be more confident. Everyone returned to the Southern Sky Gate. Chu Li first brought the interspatial bracelet back to his courtyard. He wanted to have a good rest and recuperate in preparation for the prediction that was about to begin. He came to the courtyard, sat by the stone table, and stared at the interspatial bracelet on his hand. This time, he did not use the omniscient mirror. He only looked with his naked eyes. He concentrated on his eyes and activated the dragon-elephant prajna technique. His eyesight surpassed that of ordinary people like a magnifying glass. His eyes focused and flickered a few times, revealing a hint of joy. He saw the faint patterns on the surface of the interspatial bracelet. Previously, he could not see these patterns at all. These patterns were extremely subtle, almost invisible. The surface of the interspatial bracelet looked clean and flawless, and the patterns could not be seen. If he did not use all his strength to push his naked eyes beyond the limit, he would not have noticed the existence of these patterns. These patterns were very strange. They seemed to be random and formed naturally. He had a good memory. He imprinted all the patterns he had seen in his mind, and then pieced them together again. It vaguely looked like a strange talisman seal. Chu Li frowned and inexplicably thought of his concentration talisman. Back then, the concentration talisman was just a talisman seal. After restoring it, it had endless magical uses. His spirit could be so strong because of the concentration talisman, or else his spirit would not have increased so quickly. His mind flashed, and he felt the difference between the concentration talisman and these patterns. He had an inexplicable urge to modify these patterns in his mind. He condensed these patterns in the void, and then used an invisible hand to erase some branches and leaves, leaving only the patterns that matched the style of the concentration talisman. He kept deleting and subtracting, and finally, a completely different talisman seal was condensed. Its style was similar to the concentration talisman, but different. He felt that it might be a type of language, but he could not recognize it. As this talisman was condensed, suddenly, a storm began to stir in his mind. The wind and clouds surged, and all the power gathered towards this talisman, including the strange lotus flowers that floated in the sky. This talisman suddenly lit up, and then his head was in severe pain. His mind shook violently, and endless power squeezed in, tried to fill his mind. His head felt like it was going to explode, and he quickly erased this glowing talisman. Suddenly, his mind calmed down, and the surging strange power disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared, and his head never hurt. He stood up and paced with his hands behind his back. He smiled and looked up at the sky and sighed at his good luck. It turned out that the power contained in the interspatial bracelet was gathered by the talisman. This talisman was wonderful, but the interspatial bracelet was mysterious as well. It was not only because of his talisman, but also because the material of the interspatial bracelet was strange. Otherwise, it would not have been able to withstand the power of the talisman. He carefully placed the interspatial bracelet on the table, but it did not feel like it weighed 1,000 pounds. The stone table did not sink or crack, as if the interspatial bracelet was just a very light silver bracelet. He gently knocked on the bracelet, and it made a clear sound. It seemed to be made of wood and iron, but it was not. He had never seen this material before. He channeled some inner energy into the bracelet, and the inner energy disappeared without a sound, like a clay ox entering the sea. He channeled a few more streams of inner energy, but there was still no change. Chuli was deep in thought, and his thoughts turned quickly. He had already figured out the reason. This should be absorbing enough power to activate the talisman. Once there was enough inner energy, the talisman would be magical once it was activated. No wonder no one could hurt Gong Tianya. It was because all the power was absorbed by this talisman. And it was also because of this talisman that it could hide from the heavens. But what was the power contained in the interspatial bracelet? He shook his head to find out the truth about the interspatial bracelet. He had to take his time, and it could not be rushed. Hi, officially, are you done? Su Chong knocked on the door. Chuli raised his voice. Faction leader, please come in. Su Chong pushed the door open and saw that Chuli did not look well. He frowned and said, Are you hurt? Chuli smiled and shook his head. I may have exhausted some of my energy. Let's go to the Equal Heaven faction again. Chapter 2752. Chuli did a somersault on the ground and got up. He shouted, Kill him. Ha ha, Li Chi, you wanted to kill me, but unfortunately, I took the interspatial bracelet away. The white-haired middle-aged man, Yuan Long, laughed out loud. He shook his head and said, You are really stupid. You got the interspatial bracelet, but didn't know how to cherish it. Instead, you took it away and wanted to take the opportunity to lure me out. However, you didn't expect that I would take back the interspatial bracelet in an instant. Chuli patted the dust and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He said, Although the interspatial bracelet is a treasure, it's not omnipotent. It can't protect you. Ha! Yuan Long was extremely proud and happy. The joy of regaining the interspatial bracelet that he had lost was uncontrollable. He was overjoyed and delighted. He wished that more people would attack him. He knew the magical effect of the interspatial bracelet. The more people, the better. If he could unleash its magical effect as soon as possible, he would be able to take care of more people. Although there were more than 400 of them, as long as he had the interspatial bracelet, he could defeat them easily. He laughed. Suddenly, there was a loud boom. More than 10 elders who were attacking him flew out and vomited blood in the air. They were injured. The rebound from the interspatial bracelet was extremely strong. Yuan Long laughed and shook his head. It's useless. With the interspatial bracelet, no one can kill me. Chuli scoffed. That's not necessarily true. Kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Ren brought 9 elders and pounced on Yuan Long. Yuan Long did not dodge and let them attack him. He smiled and looked at Chu Li. He shook his head. Li Qi, I really admire you. Chu Li scoffed. You flatter me. You can control the magical effect of the interspatial bracelet to the minimum and not be disturbed by it. You predicted that we were going to attack and took advantage of the situation. You're indeed a genius. Yuan Long shook his head and laughed. Unfortunately, you didn't predict that we have a formation-breaking stone. Your sex formation won't last long. It's broken now. Fortunately, you're not there. Otherwise, you'd be dead. Chu Li scoffed. Yuan Long continued. But you'll still die if you come here. You just live a little longer. You can die in peace after witnessing my technique. Chu Li shook his head and laughed. Suddenly, he frowned and fell to the ground. Bam, 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 bam. Wei Run and the other's palms struck Yuan Long's body. Suddenly, the sound changed. Yuan Long's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Uffed. He spat out a mouthful of blood that was mixed with minced meat. In the blink of an eye, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels had already been shattered. Then a dozen more palm strikes arrived, and he immediately exploded with a bang. His body split into pieces and turned into a rain of blood that rustled down. Ding-dang! With a crisp sound, the interspatial bracelet fell to the ground and collided with the stone. Then it suddenly lit up and emitted a dazzling light. With a buzz, it flew towards Chu Li. Wei Ren sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly stood in front of Chu Li to shield him, but he was too late. The universe bracelet collided with Chu Li in advance. Chu Li curled up on the ground and remained motionless. When the universe bracelet collided with his body, it seemed as if it knew the way and wrapped itself around Chu Li's left wrist. After that, it remained motionless and its light dimmed. Soon after, the light completely disappeared. It was no different from a real silver bracelet. Wei Ren stared blankly at Chu Li. Chu Li's face was as pale as a sheet, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Wei Ren went forward and pressed on his back. He transferred a gentle and calm inner energy to nourish his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. However, this inner energy disappeared without a trace as it was absorbed by the universe bracelet. Wei Ren asked softly, High Officially, are you all right? Chu Li shook his head and said in a hoarse voice, Faction leader, let's go. All right, everyone retreat. Su Chang yelled. They had the upper hand and were already informed to retreat at any time. This time, it was not a fight to the death. It was just a plan to kill Yuan Long. Now that Yuan Long was dead, they had completed their mission. Trying to leave? What a joke. Pang Tai said coldly. His body suddenly bulged, and his palm energy suddenly became heavier. It pressured Su Chang so much that he could not breathe and was forced to retreat. The surrounding people had already disappeared. Wei Ren wanted to bring Chu Li away. Chu Li shook his head and said softly, Elder Wei, you go first. I'll be right there. High Official Li, what are you doing? Wei Ren frowned. Chu Li stared at him with a firm gaze. All right. Wei Ren nodded helplessly when he saw how determined Chu Li was. He was now very confident in Chu Li. Chu Li came up with one plan after another and advanced step by step, but he always succeeded. Wei Ren disappeared too. The remaining 200 masters surrounded Chu Li. They stared greedily at the universe bracelet on Chu Li's hand as if they wanted to devour it. However, they hesitated for a while and did not attack immediately because they had their reservations. Chu Li disappeared in a flash and appeared in front of Su Chang the next moment to block Pang Tai palm. Pang Tai sneered. His right palm suddenly expanded and the lines on his palm became thicker and more obvious. The veins on the back of his hand bulged like wriggling earthworms. It was frightening. Pang Tai palm hit Chu Li's chest to kill him. At the same time, he crushed a void-locking stone. Previously, he did not dare to use the void-locking stone because it would mean that all the disciples of the Chief faction would be killed by the South faction. However, now that only Su Chang and Chu Li were left, he crushed the void-locking stone without hesitation. He swore to kill Su Chang and Chu Li so that he could take back the universe bracelet. Pang Tai was overjoyed. Even if the masters escaped, as long as he could kill Su Chong and Li Qi and take back the universe bracelet, the Qi faction would be victorious. Bang! Chu Li took a solid hit and took a step back. Su Chong quickly pressed on his shoulder. High Official Li, what are you doing? Chu Li shook his head. Let's go. Su Chong grabbed his shoulder and fled like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. The rest of the people followed closely behind, chasing relentlessly. Guard this place. Don't chase after him, Pang Tai said. Everyone stopped and could only nod helplessly. They want to take back the universe bracelet and hide it secretly. Unfortunately, the faction leader did not give them the chance. Pang Tai moved like lightning and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He followed closely behind Su Chong, and his speed increased. Su Chong said, High Official Li, you're in trouble now that you didn't leave. Chu Li shook his head. Faction leader, once I leave, you won't be able to escape. It's the same now. Su Chong scoffed. Pang Tai was touched, but he could not express it. He only felt that Chu Li had done something bad out of good intentions. If he stopped, he would be a burden. With Chu Li around, he would have no hope of escaping. Chu Li said, I have the universe bracelet to protect me. He can't hurt me. Su Chong shook his head as he ran. No treasure is invincible. There's always a way to counter it. The universe bracelet has always been with him, so he must have found a way to counter it. We can't be careless. Chu Li nodded. The current Qinquan bracelet was no longer the same as it was in the past. The talisman that condensed in his mind had another magical effect. He could actually control the Qinquan bracelet directly with his spirit. This was an unexpected discovery. He could control the Qinquan bracelet as he pleased, just like a demonic knife in the outer realm. Moreover, this talisman had other functions that he had been slowly exploring. Su Chong was carrying Chu Li. Since his cultivation level was slightly lower than Pang Tai's, Pang Tai managed to catch up with him. Chu Li blocked the attack with his palm. Chapter 2753. 2 hours later, there were no more figures in the sky above the forest. The entire forest was still silent, as if it was about to explode. For hours later, there was still no movement in the forest. At this moment, outside the equal heaven gate, 300 figures gathered from all directions. In the blink of an eye, they stood in a neat row, silently looking at Su Chong, who was at the front. Under the moonlight, Su Chong's eyes flickered like two torches. He said in a deep voice, Everyone, I'll cut to the chase. Today, we will let the world know that no one can offend our southern heaven gate. Yes, the crowd shouted. Their shouts were like thunder, causing the birds in the surrounding forest to fly up and cry in the night sky. Su Chong turned to look at the towering mountain behind him and shouted, People of the equal heaven gate, listen up. If you have the guts, come out and fight. How dare you? A thunderous shout exploded in the air. The crowd could not help but shudder as they turned to look at the burly old man who had appeared from the void. His eyebrows and beard were all white, flickering with silver light under the moonlight. His face was like a full moon as he stroked his silver beard and stood in the void. He looked down at the crowd and sneered. Since when did the Southern Heaven Gate have such courage? It's a pity that you're reckless and laughable. Pang Tai, you're still here. Su Chong shook his head and said, As the leader of a sect, you didn't follow those guys to attack my sect. Are you afraid of death? I'm waiting for you. Pang Tai sneered. Su Chong said, Then call everyone out. Let's see how many people are waiting for us. Pang Tai shook his head. I forgot to tell you, this seat has obtained a formation breaking stone, and it should be able to break through the Grand Sect protecting formation. In this short amount of time, I should have already broken through your formation. Right now, there are 300 people here, and I'm afraid the remaining ones won't be able to block our fierce attack. Haha, you guys calculated that we would launch an all-out attack, so you wanted to take advantage of the situation. You guys can't break our Grand Sect protecting formation, but we can break yours. Let's see who dies in the end. He stroked his beard and smiled proudly. This was because Elder Yuan Long had predicted that they had obtained the interspatial bracelet, and could predict their movements. Thus, he used force to break through. Su Chong said indifferently, "How can the array breaking stone break through the array so easily? Other array breaking stones might not be able to break the sect protecting Grand Array, but this array breaking stone of mine can. I obtained it together with the interspatial bracelet." Pang Tai smiled as he stroked his silver beard. Su Chong's expression changed slightly. He frowned and asked, "Where did you get it? Make a guess." Pang Tai smiled. "If you rush back now, you might still be able to make it." Su Chong turned to look at the crowd. Pang Tai waved his hand. "Come out." Instantly, 300 black shadows appeared from the void, surrounding Su Chong and the others. Chuli did not stand in the crowd. Instead, he stood on the peak of a mountain 2 miles away and looked down. Although he was far away and the moonlight was hazy, he could still clearly see that these 320 black shadows were all middle-aged men. Their auras were like mountains, and their cultivation was top-notch. They could be said to be an elite force. The Equal Heaven sect had hidden their strength very well. They were arrogant in their actions, and they had displayed their strength in the open. How could they not know that they had a huge force in the dark, which was even stronger than what they had in the open? This was where their true confidence came from. "Are you trying to stop us?" Su Chong asked coldly. Pang Tai smiled and stroked his beard. "Aren't you asking the obvious?" "Su Chong, as the leader of the Southern Sky Gate, you're not smart enough. You'll die here today. Don't even think about going back." He waved his hand, and immediately, the 320 men rushed out. Bang bang, sounds rang out incessantly. More than 600 people were engaged in a chaotic battle. "Come out!" Su Chong shouted. 100 figures appeared in the void and directly rushed into the crowd. The situation was instantly reversed. 400 people against 300, and they immediately gained the upper hand. However, these were all elite masters. Even if they were injured, they would not die immediately. They could fight for a long time. Pang Tai, who was standing in the void, stroked his beard and frowned. He muttered, "Su Chong, you brought all your masters here?" Su Chong scoffed. "That's right. Then your Southern Sky Gate will just abandon the sect?" Pang Tai scoffed. "How bold, but I don't believe it." Su Chong said, "Even if I break the gate, I'll kill you first." As he spoke, he rushed towards Pang Tai. Pang Tai shook his head. "You're no match for me." As he spoke, he lightly struck out with his palm. Rumble. Su Chong's palm energy collided with his, and a thunderous explosion rang out. Both of them stopped in their tracks. Only their robes fluttered as if they were standing in a gale. The people around them were pushed away. "You're quite capable." Pang Tai scoffed. Chu Li's gaze was fixed on them, and he did not notice the diviner. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The thunderous explosions rang out incessantly. There was no one around Su Chong and Pang Tai. There were no trees or rocks around them. It was empty. Meanwhile, the people nearby were fighting even more intensely. From time to time, people would be injured and vomit blood, but they still fought with their lives on the line. In such a chaotic situation, the slightest hesitation would result in a tragic death. The moonlight grew brighter, and the sounds of battle tore through the silence of the night sky. Southern Sky Gate was more prepared and had more masters, so they had the upper hand from the beginning. As the Equal Heaven Gate's masters fell one by one, they lost the ability to fight, and their advantage snowballed. Pang Tai shouted, "Su Chong, where's your high priest?" Naturally, he's commanding from within the sect. Su Chong scoffed. Pang Tai scoffed. Southern Sky Gate is lucky to have picked up a high priest. If it wasn't for him, Southern Sky Gate would have been annihilated. I'm guessing that they've already broken into your sect and returned immediately. I don't believe that they can break through our formation." Su Chong sneered. The two of them fought with words as they fought, trying to destroy each other's fighting spirit. "Then let's wait for a good show." Pang Tai scoffed. Su Chong said, "Where's your high priest? I'd like to see him for myself." "He won't come out." Pang Tai shook his head. "He won't give you a chance." Chuli suddenly took a step forward and arrived beside Wei Rin. He raised his voice and said, I'm Li Qi. He suddenly took off his interspatial bracelet and placed it in his pouch. Suddenly, the force around him surged and connected with heaven and earth. Once again, he felt the uneasiness of the world, as if countless eyes were looking at him. Li Qi, a middle-aged man with snow-white hair, suddenly appeared behind him. He slapped Chu Li's back and reached for the pouch. Bang! Chu Li flew out and vomited blood. The pouch was removed. Damn it! Su Chong shouted angrily. The surrounding masters roared as well. A treasure like the interspatial bracelet had been snatched away by the white-haired man. All their previous efforts had gone to waste. They all pounced on the white-haired old man. Bang, 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 bang. The white-haired man stood proudly and endured the palm energy of the crowd. Not only did he not show any pain, but he also smiled and laughed out loud. Great, great, great. Bang, 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 bang. The crowd continued to attack him. Chapter 2754. Bam, 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 bam. Chu Li was like a shield as he withstood Pang Tea's continuous attacks. On the other hand, Su Chong charged forward with Chu Li like a wisp of smoke, moving at an incredible speed. Pang Tea's heart was boiling with anger and murderous intent. He wanted nothing more than to turn Chu Li and Su Chong into minced meat. When he saw how shameless Chu Li and Su Chong were, he became even angrier and his murderous intent intensified. His eyes were bloodshot and glowed red. Seeing that he was about to charge out of the void locking stone's range, he gritted his teeth and crushed another void locking stone. He sneered. Su Chong, Li Qi, if I don't kill you today, I won't be able to win. Isn't Leader Pang afraid that our people will turn around and attack us? Chu Li asked. As he spoke, he continued to withstand Pang Tea's attacks. The storm-like palm energy surged into his body but was absorbed by the interspatial bracelet. He was unharmed as he calculated when he could counterattack. Pang Tea's heart was filled with murderous intent and anger. He sneered. What a joke. Su Chong lowered his head and remained silent. He was worried that Pang Tea still had a trump card. Do you really think that the interspatial bracelet is invincible? Pang Tea suddenly sneered and stopped his attacks. Chu Li's expression changed, and his body tensed up. Su Chong activated his secret skill and turned into a ray of light. Chu Li felt the air resistance suddenly increase as if he was about to be blown backward. His vision became blurry as he moved at an unimaginable speed. Swoosh! Pang Tea turned into a ray of light and shot toward Chu Li with a short sword in his hand. The light of the sword merged with his body and reached the realm of being one with the sword. Su Chong's speed was so fast that it seemed like he was moving slowly against the light of the sword. Ding! Chu Li raised his wrist to block the light of the sword. The short sword collided with the interspatial bracelet. Chu Li's body trembled as if he was struck by lightning. Su Chong's inner energy also slowed down as he was attacked by lightning. However, his cultivation level was high and his body did not tremble. He desperately activated his inner energy to suppress it and barely moved Chu Li away to avoid the second sword. Pang Tea stopped and stared at them. Chu Li stared at Pang Tai's short sword with a grave expression. He could feel the threat from this sword. Even if he was wearing the interspatial bracelet, he could not block this threat. If he had not directly collided with the interspatial bracelet, he would have been pierced by the sword. What sword is this? He asked in a low voice. Universe sword. Pang Tea sneered. In this world, everything has a counter. Do you really think that the universe bracelet is invincible? The Chinquan sword is specialized in breaking Chinquan bracelets. Both of you must die today. His eyes were like lightning, frightening people's souls. Chu Li asked, where did you get this treasure? What? You still want to find treasures? Pang Tea sneered in disdain. That was an ancient site, but it's a pity that you won't be able to see it. It has already been destroyed by us and disappeared. Chu Li shook his head and sighed. Su Chong had already gotten rid of the numbness in his body. He frowned and said, I don't think you can use the universe sword now, right? That strike from before was really too formidable. If it wasn't for the interspatial bracelet, he wouldn't have the strength to fight back at all and would be trampled upon. Just thinking about it caused his entire body to go cold, and he became even more fearful of the interspatial sword. Pang Tea actually stopped moving and did not attack. In Pang Tea's mind, he could not wait to kill the two of them and take back the interspatial bracelet. He definitely did not have the patience to slow down, so he must have been forced to stop, which meant that the power of the universe sword was limited. Hence, he thought about this. Activating the universe sword would require a huge amount of energy, so Pang Tea could only attack once. He would need to accumulate his inner energy before he could launch a second attack. When he thought about this, he was about to rush over. Chu Li hurriedly said, "Wait, faction leader." Su Chong turned to look at him. Chu Li shook his head and said, "Let's hurry up and leave." All right. Although Su Chong felt that this was a rare opportunity, he still trusted Chu Li's judgment at this crucial moment. As a derivator, he had a keen intuition and judgment toward danger. He pressed on Chu Li's shoulder and sped away again. Pang Tea followed closely behind. This made Su Chong even more certain that his deduction was correct. So he said he needs to accumulate his energy bit by bit, and he's currently at his weakest. If he really launches another attack, I'm afraid we'll all be in danger. Chu Li shook his head. We can't take the risk. If we don't take the risk now, we'll be in danger once he accumulates enough inner energy. Su Chong said. Chu Li said, the universe sword is too dangerous. It's better to avoid it. Su Chong shook his head. Look at how slow he's chasing us. It's obvious that he's channeling most of his inner energy into the universe sword. This is a rare opportunity. Chu Li sighed. This might be one of his tricks. Judging by his appearance, it seems like he's using some tricks. Su Chong smiled. Pang Tea's eyes were bloodshot, as if he had lost his mind. At this moment, he must be under the control of an intense killing intent, so he could not think of any tricks. Chu Li said, I think he's too dangerous. It's better to avoid him. We're almost out of here. Their speed was incredibly fast, and they were about to leave the range of the Void Lockstone again. As long as they could hold on for a few more breaths, they would be able to shift into the void and escape. Pang Tea suddenly laughed coldly. You won't be able to escape. As he spoke, he took out another void locking stone from his bosom and lightly crushed it. You with the surname Pang, how many void lockstones do you have? Su Chong shouted. Pang Tea laughed coldly. I have as many void lockstones as you want. That's impossible. Su Chong scoffed. Void lockstones were precious treasures, especially for assassinations. They were extremely precious, and there were not many of them in the world. Most of them were left behind from the previous level, and this level did not produce them. After so many years, even though void locking stones would occasionally fall from the void, they had always been very rare. They would only be used as a last resort. Pang Tea said the south gate is far from it. We, the Chi Gate, don't care about these things at all. Su, let's see if you can escape faster, or if I have more void lock stones. Su Chong gritted his teeth as he felt slightly suffocated. Compared to the Chi Gate's foundation, the South Gate was indeed slightly inferior. The Chi Gate had used their domineering aura to fight for many benefits over the years, and after accumulating bit by bit, they were indeed better than the South Gate. Go, Chu Li said softly. He felt that the universe sword was dangerous. Pang Tea laughed coldly. Take another stab from my sword. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly stabbed forward. This time, he was closer, and his speed was faster. Before Chu Li could react, his sword had already pierced through his heart. Chu Li did not even have time to remove the seal, and his dense inner energy could not be used. High officially, Su Chong cried out involuntarily. His body trembled as the energy from the universe sword made him numb, and he could not exert any strength. Ha! Pang Tea laughed out loud. It's a pity that you didn't seize the opportunity just now and listen to Li Qi's words. What a pity, ha! He then stabbed his sword at Su Chong. Su Chong was shaken, and he could not help but wonder if his judgment was accurate, and if he should have listened to Chu Li. Chu Li spat out blood and said with difficulty, he can still use one more stab. Gate Leader Run. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.